What kind of music is this? It's Kirby Air Ride. You don't recognize Kirby Air Ride? Are you silly? Hello. Sure it is. It is. I can show you. I can prove it. Hold up. I can literally prove it. Where's my Chrome tablet? There we go. See? Kirby Air Rider's Magma Flows. That's what's playing right now. I wasn't playing a weird song before this or anything. Anyway, how are we doing, gamers? Hello, Shiny. Hello, Quantum. Hello, Juno. Hello, Echo. How are we doing? It's an of the devil type of day. I'm gonna do my best to be Genki today. I was up until 4 a.m. watching movies. So I'm like a little bit tired. I'm a little bit sleepy. I was low-key disassociating, but then I got a note from a member of the Devil Day and felt better. Hell yes. Bit lonely today, but otherwise good. That's honestly so real. I hope you feel better. Yeah, me and Sora, so after my stream yesterday, me and Sora played Monster Hunter on her channel for, God, it had to have been like 3 to 4 hours. And then after that, me and Sora and a couple other friends watched 2 movies. We watched Weapons, and then we watched Sinners. Both were very good. I think I liked Weapons a little more, just because I liked, the way the narrative was structured more. Though I loved the themes of Sinners so much. Both were incredibly weird. And I mean that in the best way possible. I like weird stuff. I love stories that have a concept that would be such a hard sell, but they just, like, they stick to their guns and commit to it, and they, like, make it, they just present it so well that, like, you kind of forget how bizarre it is, you know? It's, like, one of my favorite things. So I loved both movies a lot. So I was up till like I think almost 4 a.m. Is when we finished Sinners. Both really good movies. Weapons was incredibly stressful. Sinners. There's one thing about Sinners, and it's a thing I don't like in stories in general, which is when the opening scene takes place like after most of the story, and it kind of gives you an expectation of, like, you know, how did we get here? So when stressful stuff was happening in Sinners, I was already kind of anticipating a lot of things happening because of the opening. And, like, thematically, I understand why the opening is there, and I feel like maybe I couldn't confidently argue that the story would be better without the opening scene. But for me, it just kind of got to a point where, like, you know, when shit hit the fan and, you know, people started dying, I was like, yeah, I mean, I had a feeling a lot of this was gonna, you know, it's hard to talk about without spoiling too much, but yeah, like, it was a thing where, like, I kind of already had the expectation not to get too attached to people. That said, the movie does a good job making you get attached anyway. But I don't know, it made it to where it didn't hit as hard for me, unfortunately. And that's, I don't know, probably me being nitpicky. It's definitely a me taste thing, but still, great movie. But I think that's one of the big reasons I liked, Weapons a little more. That said, my God, there were a couple, like, music numbers in Sinners that made me bust, dude. Holy shit. For those that aren't aware, blues music is a very central thing. Music in general, but especially blues music, is a very central thing to the movie. And there's one scene where a character is giving, like, a performance, and just, like, all the visual and thematic and this, just all of it is just, it's so fucking sick. So, like, honestly, I recommend it. But yeah, anyway, let's do our dailies while everybody gets on in here. Donkey Kong! Dude, this would have been the perfect game for summer. Are you kidding me? It wouldn't. It wouldn't. Honestly, Donkey Kong 64, when are we going to stream that? Probably, like, later this year, honestly. Alright, state of play. Sony state of play. Times tables. Oh, God. Dude, I swear to God, it's going to be like times tables. It's going to be like, the first 4 letters are a magazine thing. So it's going to be like, extra or like the whatever, first word. The Post magazine. The Muse magazine. And then it's going to be like, oh, first parts of a magazine name. Okay, it wasn't. Telepathic, psychic, mental, extrasensory. Would mental count? It does, okay. Clairvoyant. Musical, education, musical, ballet, opera, play? Stage things? Okay. Okay, this has been, like, shockingly easy so far. Globetrotter, heraldry, post-it, state treasury, education. Is this, Secretary of blank? Right, Secretary of Education, Secretary, Treasury, Secretary of State. What? Secretary of, I don't know. Okay, I did not know that was a thing. Yeah, U.S. Cabinet Department. This one was shockingly easy. Starting with, I was literally right. Are you fucking kidding me? Starting with newspaper names, man. Globetrotter, heraldry, post-it, times tables. The moment I saw times tables, I knew it was going to be fucking like, I mean, it was New York Times. I thought it was going to be like Time Magazine. Fuck you, man. Yeah, that was an easy one, man. Also, got it in order too. All right, guess the game. Oh, this is LSD Dream Simulator. Yeah. Holy shit. What a weird game to clock immediately, huh? Remember when this was like the hot Let's Player game of like 2012? Everybody was like, I'm playing this weird game where like dreams are crazy. And then there's like a guy with a hat and it's super Japanese. Guys, isn't Japan so weird? Isn't Japan so strange and like the only country that has really weird visuals and themes that like nobody else ever does? The only reason I didn't play it was because of the man with the hat. The Hat Man, dude. All right, Pokidoku. Ghost Psych. So here's, I actually accidentally saw this yesterday because I was going to, I forgot that it reset after midnight. Hello, Squabin. Just open the Final Fantasy XIV launcher, maybe in game in around 5 or so hours. Hello, hello. How are y'all doing? So Psychic Ghost, Psychic Dragon, Psychic Dark, all 3 of these are fucked up. I don't know. Psychic Dragon, Dreepy, I thought Dreepy was Ghost. He's not Psychic, is he? I thought he's Ghost. Psychic Ghost. Hoopa. Holy shit, he's Psychic Ghost! Holy shit. No. Psychic Dark. Who is Psychic Dark? Not Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl is Fairy Dark. There's like one Psychic Dragon I can think of. Oh, you know what? It's probably a legendary, right? Not Lugia. He's flying psychic. Psychic Dragon. They're all legendaries. Oh, fuck. Okay. Eternatus is poison. Psychic. What the fuck is Psychic Dragon? They're all probably after my thing, my familiarity. Wait, no, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Latios, literally like my favorite legendary. Yes, oh my god. Alright, Psychic Dark. Psychic Dark, we might have to come back to that one. Unova, Ghost, Unova, well, Ghost, we're gonna do my boy Litwick. Unova Dragon, his name's like Hydragon, yeah. Dark Unova, that's gonna be my guy, my absolute goat. Scrafty, man, yeah. Kalos. Oh god, Kalos. Oh fuck, what's the pseudo legendary of Kalos actually? I don't even remember. Kalos, Dark, Kalos. See, here's the problem: is Kalos only had like 10 Pokemon, so this is already like impossible. Wait! But my guy, Coffee Mug. Oh right, Gumi. Also my goat. Dark type. Hello, Miko. Gumi's freaking awesome. All right, so we need a Dark Psychic and a Dark Kalos. Dark Kalos, huh? Dark Kalos. Also Dark Kalos Pokemon. Not Noibat. Oh wait, I should have done freaking Noivern. God damn it, whatever. Dark type and Kalos, man. Dude, I don't remember Kalos Pokemon. There was like literally 10 of them. Oh my god, I'm stupid. Literally Sora's favorite Pokemon of all time. What? His evolved form. Only his evolved form is Dark type. That's so sad. I thought only the evolved form was fighting type. I got it backwards. Hoopa Unbound. Okay. Inkay. Oh, that's right, Inkay. Alright. Oh, Sandile. Dude, that guy's awesome. Look at this guy. He's fucking sick with it. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyway, it's of the devil time, baby. Hello, Lala. Lala. All right, let's play some freaking of the devil. What happened last time? There really is a lot that happened. We had our first court session, and guy tried shooting someone in court before London took him down. And then we found out homegirl. Can I pull up my phone? All right, hold on. All right. And okay, let's look at her profile. So, oh, I'm already forgetting names. I'm really bad with names. Oh, it is Han. Okay, yeah. So homegirl here is suspicious as fuck. So we found that there was like a little high-pitched frequency machine they used to alert the officer that things were going down in Creek's little room. So Creek and the officer who was killed had to have had some kind of connection. Also, the officer was the son of two freaking the politicians that are trying to push some political policy, which is also important. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Local host. Should we take a seat for now? Oh, it tastes as expensive as yours. If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, champagne. As much as you'd like. This is going to derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. Surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I need to go with that. What are we doing right now? I don't remember why we're here. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much better. Oh, I need to speak with your manager. Oh. What happened? They're all walking away. Hey, mama. Yeah, There's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk with you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response, a creaky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Trying to talk to an old guard member of the Blue Bloods. Oh, that's right. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. Thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Alright. Order? Do you think they're being literal when they say you're expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. Though it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but for some reason I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? We're in a host club and we don't even see any hosts. This is so effed up. I really hate this place. Beer, wine. Let's go big or go home. Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I uttered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Palm the tower! The staff begin an unsettling chipper chant. Tower! 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 I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madam. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of thing. His eyes wandered, losing light all the while until they settled into a glassy-eyed, pitying stare on an overworked-looking young man at a small table, adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him, king for a day. With the same nervous smile he used to shake hands with a suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the ongoing parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Money well spent. Oh my god. You just gave the tower away? I've got shit to do. I can't drink all that. I could have perhaps helped. But even so, after you paid all that money just to pass it along to some stranger. Are you some kind of saint? Oh, if only you knew. Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expenses. Okay, well... Can Sarah even get drunk? Maybe that's the best part. She can just enjoy the drink without getting the, like, negative side effects of, like, a hungover. This is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it'd be more likely he'd have you killed. Alright. What do we got over here? Oh, that's Homegirl. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing. There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost, it's a matter of taste. Really, everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. Well, I don't know, man. Maybe that's why you're so freaking crazy over Emma. Alright. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here, stepping even further into Blue Blood territory to defend an Ikaria assassin. I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too. Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You're frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Yeah, says you. Anything else? Oh, okay, I was about to say usually. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just had to chug some water. Like I said, I was up way too late last night. So I want to need a lot of hydration to get through this stream. What kind of light reading gets tossed around a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Those actually look somewhat interesting. Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Less than ideal, rainfall patterns met with the greater than usual saltwater flooding had already left many of the tropical centered macro farms that produce most of the world's bamboo struggling to meet demand. Now, with increasingly widespread reports of fungal infections, tensions are beginning to rise in that region. As its late migrant worker population is faced with the possibility of one of the worst quarters on record. Bamboo is a highly versatile crop, cultivated successfully for thousands of years and on all 7 continents, if one counts the agriculture science labs on the Antarctic Peninsula. But in recent decades, advances in agricultural genetics and greater restrictions on the lumber industry's woodcutting activity have led to bamboo becoming a premier organic manufacturing construction material. For much of the world, especially in impoverished regions that often lack the machinery required to process advanced synthetic equivalents. Wait, did I? Okay, no, we're good. Warren Sora, her bamboo is contaminated. Wait, this is so fucked up. I was up way too late today. Had my reasons though. TBH, didn't sleep last night. Damn, what I missed? Not much. We kind of just started. The hardy plant can grow in a wide variety of environments and humidity levels, and has even been considered an aggressive invasive species at times. But modern genetically modified monocultures are tailored to grow specifically in small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. Soy boys. But it's a delicate balancing act between tuning a cultivar to a target environment and rendering it unviable in the wild. And years like this one can put that vulnerability on full display. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, said one worker who requested anonymity due to concerns over their citizenship status. The company tells us just to burn it all, and it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo's hard to burn, so they want us using this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay us for us to have masks. Data on the efficacy of burn pits and combating the spread of the fungus is limited, but most corporate officials agree that the risk of inhalation among personnel is low, and masks are an unnecessary measure. Sounds about right. Snow inhalation. Some of the migrant worker population, however, is arguing that the hesitancy to provide masks is more politically motivated. What? Plotter's Rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits again, and you've got a lot of workers dependent on the industry. A lot of young people who could easily be out of work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. It is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population, as many international trade schools have flocked to the tropical climates in an attempt to attract students with promises of low cost of living and vacation-like idyllic conditions. And though education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority, government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Ramsey syndrome remains a serious concern among. We're having difficulty authenticating your identity. Can you provide some basic info so we can get this webpage displayed properly for you? In order to subscribe on OnlyFans, you need to give us your social security number. Not the reading material I expected to find here, but judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about growing unrest. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monocultural genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama on deck! The big cheese. Cheese to meet you. What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I'd expect a stern but fair and nurturing figure who, what the hell do you want? Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit, you clearly need information a lot more than I thought. The Ikari must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep them in the dark and feed them shit. Yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You brought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. Introductions then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Sosuke Ikaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Alright, rude. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana, small business owner. One of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Old Guard, I take it. The Old Guard are the only Blue Bloods that have any influence at all. First Gens and Young Blood should count themselves lucky to be middle management. That's gotta be a slur. You know what they say. Hobby, welcome in. How are you? She's so pretty. She's got homophobia in her eyes. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot's gonna preach to us about political correctness. Really, madam? I know, PC. My Jin invented PC. We got PC coming out of our ears. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They knock your teeth out. I'm out of trade, Miss Kim. Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah, what do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Creek's killer. Brezen's fate. Little Lord ID. Dude, I'll be so real. I'm not even sure. The Blue Bloods are the Korean Mafia fighting with what used to be the Yakuza. Oh. So Creek's killer, obviously we can't say that. Brezen's fate. I feel like she probably... Little Lord ID? Even if I'm right, I'm only telling her that Chopin's dead and that's of no use to her. Look at the chance that she has no idea the Little Lord's even real, in which case I'd be showing way more in my hand than I'd like. Okay, let me tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something's worth knowing that happened, it'd be on the news by now. There's currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There's always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Yeah, so I got mixed up. I was thinking, for some reason I was thinking Brezen was the name of the officer who died. What was his name? Chopin, right. I'm dumb. All right. I don't like when it fades to black. It makes me scared. Brezen. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. Brezen's just an incompetent addict. The useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it? Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses too. Impatient, hot-headed dumbasses. Time is money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Makoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No, time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on... Nirvana? Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Party drug, dumb money. Dumb money, best kind of money there is, and you could rake it in by the troke load. If you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it off gently to the Megs and the Acadia. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell just roll over for those upstart bootlicking... That goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed incenses and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the Hound, who's the fox. Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddammit. Daisuke Ikaria, of course. Family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Knew there had to be a reason an Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of, I don't stink, that's the takeaway. Now admit it, you want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had the chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Are you speaking for yourself or the whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Is the Hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's going to keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Brezen somehow manage to nick him? He's still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Brezen didn't even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Not wasting a question on him of all people. Interesting. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off Proposition 492? You missed that one. Try another. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if they knew if we were on fire and the feeling's mutual. Of course, the Gen Z person would make a Germa reference. What? Where's the Germa reference? You missed that one. Try another. Oh, Germa did play that game. See, okay, see, I know that game from Game Grumps, actually. You missed that one. Try another. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo, kid gets a prize. Or they were, the plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had writing documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me, your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on real estate. Over to vomit! Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Hello, Spectra. Hello. Hello, Spectra. Hello. Sends Grimblor, 15 Grimblors to wave at you. Hello. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan B's. Plan B. Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Proposition 492? Holy shit, that's like 15 Grimblors, dude. Well, it's mentioned an abbreviation, if not the name P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. You must add more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. You didn't know that was on what was on those papers? You didn't know what was on those papers, not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It leaked from that Brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. Doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible and pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk to the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. 15 Grimblors and 1 me? That's fucking epic. Fake. You don't even know what that means. Client heard wrong and you're full for believing him without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a no mask into the city. Did Sosuke mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a no mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answer your questions at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already opened, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man, who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. What if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would she spend her final question on that? Makoto Ikaruya, if that wasn't already clear. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the families. The preteen heir looked you up and hired you to defend his hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do you? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. Then it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. Adonai. You were reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all the old guard need transplants and transfusions from the first and second gens just to stay alive. And they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at what, 30%? 40%. 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here, because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are going to be just fine. Don't forget to close your tab before you go. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? The question irritated her, but didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option. Leaving them with Plan A. The little lord, but Tariq Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. How dare they, after all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Sosuke in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum! If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So should we speak up? I don't know, I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding. If he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. Oh boy. Alright. What are kids your age like? Not my B-Day. I'm not asking for you, and I'm not a kid, so I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either. What would someone younger than you like? I don't know. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. Other day, the school announced they're going to be doing test prep at every grade level, and the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side. That's actually awesome. Dude, that would fucking drive me crazy, actually. That's so true. Holy fuck. I don't think my brain works anymore, man. That's kind of epic sauce. What the hell? That's not impenetrable. I'm sorry, is it impenetrable? I thought it was impenetrable. No. Hold on. Oh my god, it's impenetrable. I've been spelling this word wrong my entire, for literally 28 years. Like impossible, but N is also like incompatible. You know, like that also can be a negative prefix. Hold on, battering me in oil and... Oh, hell yeah. Oh, wait, fuck yes. Okay, this is a real image. So this was just an actual meme then. Because I'm finding this like in just regular gaming communities. This was posted on a Limbus Company subreddit, actually. When was this? Oh, this was 12 days ago. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, hold on. No, okay, no, this is of the devil. No, this is of the devil. So people did just create this. That's awesome. I'm just gonna stick that like right up there for the rest of the stream. Can y'all see it? Is it legible? Is that good? It's a very basic non sequitur. I just slapped my mouse away. How's this for a non sequitur? Go ask someone else. All you did there was get back on topic. Why are you even asking? I've been hired by youth. I need to interrupt their temper tantrum. What do you want me to do from here? Hack them some fork knife box? Hello, pretzel. Can't read it. All right, I'll make it bigger. There we go. What is that? Would that work? Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh, so they must be like rich. Yes. I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids? Your academy is full of them. Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm? Don't you have at least have a roommate? Nope, never got assigned one. Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end. This is hopeless. You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges, bribing court officials, slipping coins into Vizier purses. You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. I heard he passed away. Did you know him? That's sick. The fucking 4 frowny faces is so good. Whatever photo that is failed to send. God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever. Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard. So what's the approach? You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler, acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own. That mostly makes sense, so do that. They've probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I don't want to act subservient to a child. This person was a memer in the peak old net. So true. God, that fucking... I heard he died. Did you know him? I'm going to steal that, man. That's so good. That's so good. Sosuke did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well, then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools will regret their actions. The anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. Shit, I thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. About what? About Sosuke. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Sosuke could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I'll not waste my time. Caloric, like calories. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Sosuke, enough. Oh, shit, there he is with his e-cigar. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman. All of you show some respect now, he says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who's used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak of the floorboards. Even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tell begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then. Come here, Makoto-tan. Grandpa! Oh, wait. They're actually... Wait! How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto's the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. Wait, they're actually so adorable. Wait. I was not expecting the head of a house of nobility to be so affectionate. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were, and we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. It made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Oh, Liso:3! This is the best character in the game. This is the best character in the game. I love him. If anything happens to him, I'm killing the developers of this game and then myself. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Chairman, apologies for the lack of introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Sosuke for some reason. Not another word. Chairman, back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game 5 I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go fetch it for your grandfather? Of course, but old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see, very clever, Chairman. Makoto's allowed to drink sake? What hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it. Understood, I'll go retrieve it right away. Have one of those layabouts, layabouts that were in have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them in their keep for once. Put on a student pair of glasses and you think you just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails, got nothing better to do. Should we be seated a certain way, or there is no cask of sake? Oh, but then the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid, I made that up. You're the lawyer. Any truth to what I said? No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privilege already binds my hands. I'm working for House Akadia right now, Sarah. I mean, hell, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir? I want to walk the gardens. Are we supposed to follow him? You'll kill people, but underage drinking is where you draw the line? I mean, yeah. Oh wait, shit. Are we supposed to follow him? He left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Oh boy. Glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. Makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here? Don't kid yourself, Copper. The boy's the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there'd be no point in any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties unless you manage to actually pass them down. I mean, that's kind of just some classist bullshit, but what you've built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. Must have required astonishing brutality. Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle. Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves, to get your name in the history books? Orchestrated, so grand, so full of it. We knocked on their doors, and when they opened them, we shot them. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. Wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed. And my uncle named me a successor for it. I'm alive somehow? Hello, Cheesecake. Wait. First time. Am I crazy? It says first time chatter. I swear to God you've been in here before. Am I not? Anyway, hello. I might just be thinking, because I think we have strawberry cheesecake. That might be what I'm thinking of. Hi. This guy's a piece of shit. I love him. He's very funny. He's a criminal, not a monster exactly. The Blue Bloods weren't able to put up a fight. They're worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won. So how'd you get away with it? Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour. This was right before the Red Decade got underway, and once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming, didn't know there was a bubble, didn't think things would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that, nah, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right, so did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for piss poor circus. He's kind of sick, though. Even if he's, like, pretty fucked up with it. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be room for one family of thieves in this city, and I made sure it was mine. Last call, all aboard. Everything you've built since, Renogen, Aria Holdings, and the legitimate half you're so proud of, that was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is a tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace? How? Don't know. I'll let you know if I ever pull it off. So true. The shit show they did go with was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets, and we were able to snap up entire economies wholesale. We being the nobility, if that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Akadi, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say it elsewhere too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? It fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. It's why I ordered my hound to be present on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Sosuke stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto, and he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. If my sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request, who am I to refuse? You had to be pressured into letting Sosuke guard Makoto. Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen is on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any pieces can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It's better to keep her out in the open, ideally near the center of the field, where she can attack freely, at least assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto for over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they'd want to capture our little Mako-tan? His blood, his ransom, revenge, no reason. His blood? They're literally out for Makoto's blood. They'd want a steady supply. Yooree suggested they'd try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. I don't think it's revenge. Aren't lacking motives in revenge. A bloody culling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. The most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. Well, I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject. Gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd round off the lower wards by their own constituents. The ransom. If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. And even if the price tag was big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage... Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. It's what I do. If they had any heirs left. But then why keep attacking Makoto if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean, put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Sosuke for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think. I know, because it's literally what they did. They captured Sosuke and brought him down to the lower wards to torture him. Idiots, they don't talk about the third, they'll never talk at all. The third what? It wasn't just any Blue Bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water, they're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned that there's a reason some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. Or there are some, I don't know where I got reason from. I've learned that there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The Youngbloods captured him, no doubt Old Guard orders, but just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sosuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. Why Sarah so scared? She just does that sometimes. I'm guessing the Youngbloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the Blue Bloods want ultimately is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can. What do the Blue Bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money, without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sosuke. Ergo, capturing Sosuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My, look away for a few days and suddenly my hound skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sosuke makes him so valuable? His blood, his ransom, his skill set. Who raised the price on Sosuke's head? You did. 30 years ago, you made him irreplaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Had a feeling it was something like that. Sosuke is the Little Lord? What? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods ruling families and the only person on Earth who can get them back to their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attack, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sosuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sosuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectorals and collarbones, so true. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You telling me the old guard could just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. The private security organization, Cyanus, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA that other... I left the other hound attacks. Who knows? But I'd pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sosuke was the little lord. That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his air safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sosuke's guarding Makoto because you wanted to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sosuke really is. If you knew Sosuke was the real target, it would keep getting attacked. Then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know, Bonsai, they look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition them to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as like what you want it to be. It took the Blue Bloods 30 years ago to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now, I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. I saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything is made of bullshit and sea foam. That if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through at the bottom. Can't warn people, they won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only thing to do in times like those is take advantage. For 1 year we pulled back, no resistance, no bargaining. We let Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. That's when I was born! Hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even if you had asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes, cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry, felt like I hadn't spoken all day. Had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the river she fled to, and the shots in the distance. I wanted to ask her why out here and why not a panic room, why she was wearing a medical gown and why her thighs were covered in blood, but instead I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid, I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's a tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. But why let him live? I don't know. So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor. So as long as those fools still had hope they could reclaim their former glory, they never rallied themselves into chipping away at ours. If they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family and eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age and so had Sosuke. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? Helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have done, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Sosuke's innocence. But Sosuke is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. Can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago, not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you could reach out to the Blue Bloods, well, we'll work together to set Sosuke free. I killed everyone he could ever consider family copper. Besides, a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. I did all that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? just to keep one man out of prison. He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sosuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. I don't know how that skipped. I clicked once. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. Would have preferred you never wasted your time on Earth in any of this. That's what I get for relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. I thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal, negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sosuke is on trial for his life. Sosuke's sworn to protect his family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage. That's just a babysitting gig. This guy is sick. Like, he's like sick in both ways. Very cool character, but holy shit, man. I spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sosuke's always just been a tool for you, a hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along. I've always wondered, the tools appreciate that part? When they're used properly? What do you think, Copper? Does Sosuke have any complaints? That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sosuke's a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for his country instead of you? Not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions? He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name, and why let him live under your roof, raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust her conversational parameters later. Don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Goddamn Copper. Next to the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son. What bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sosuke to do his. Now. Well. I'm sorry, that wasn't very Butler-like behavior just now. It's fine, it was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. Do you think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. He has no sons, and the previous heir that Sosuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother. That's interesting. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. But as you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words, you could have just told me who you are. I've told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married and that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? You told me you work for the, I can't read. You told me you work for Aria Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true now, would it? You could have just told me your relation to Sosuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. It's that message you want me to pass along. If you see a way out, take it. You want him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sosuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there'd be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he is accused of. So you know, and you knew. If you thought you could parse that message, that means Sosuke, he's not an unintelligent man, merely stubborn about all the most frustrating things. What did the Blue Bloods want from Sosuke precisely? A blood donation? I clocked she was the mother based on her hair. Yeah. What's that weird pixel? What's with the weird pixels behind her? Aura. She really likes Super Paper Mario. One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts whenever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard wanted to become nobility. How did they cement alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sosuke to marry, but the old guard are old. Sosuke's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Sosuke was your bodyguard and driver and poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that would have been over a decade ago. So when he joined the military, the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore, and after he got back, he has to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard duty. He must. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Sosuke's parentage, most likely because he didn't want Sosuke to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But he told me to pass Sosuke a message that he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known, and how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? Around the time Sosuke left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Sosuke finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly, but what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then? You'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around, but hopefully you understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's gone over to stomp them out. Sosuke's known this whole time. Why would the Blue Bloods want, has known the whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him. Why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he'd learned the truth. Who knows? Agnes Tachyon type girly. Wait. You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all my aid and all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't realize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Sosuke captive. It read, M. Ikaria. This is one of the men who attacked my son. I'd imagine a note with his name is the least of what you found. You've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Sosuke, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Sosuke knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man was interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mire Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Rinnegan. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Rinnegan go public, but you never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. That doesn't matter. What matters is what Rinnegan makes and the prices it changes. Rinnegan is best known for the patenting of metenformulin, patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now, and yet the price hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. Yeah, Sosuke knows. He knew before he went to the military. But the reincarnation of the Ikaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course, it helps that the end result is we all profit immensely. But yes, metenformulin is very lucrative. What of it? That Dead Man Creek had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? Okay. He'll need metenformulin for the rest of his life. Then he really ought to choose his proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit the Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of M. Ikaria in relation to the Rinnegan board, but if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual is going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? He wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Not the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Sosuke's like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try and help him, even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? My apologies, new android, still adapting the conversation. You know what we sold back before Rinnegan. for the facade of nobility back when we were the Acadia cartel. Opioids? Yes, it was still illegal back then, but not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill and sell it at a pharmacy, and that's just pain management. It's all the same poison, equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive slowly and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought they could buy them release of that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke. Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life until the day they finally fade out forever. And their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, the choice is made for you. Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address. Renogen main financing, prescription financing options, out-of-pocket apply. You have that memorized? This portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site, I know, but it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. If you know any despondent crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication, they might want to start there. Thank you. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Sosuke's life. Okay. Oh, man. Don't know how you pulled that off. Don't I? Oh, my chapstick! Keep dropping my chapstick lately. It gets caught in my fingers and flips out. They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Alright, we're about to talk to Sosuke. I feel like, I feel like we're, getting close to the court session. This is going to be a interesting court session. So, unfortunately, I know... chapstick, yeah. Unfortunately, I know more than I would like to know about this chapter. I've been told that in the second court session, there's a very big Reyes scene. And I'm so curious to see how she is involved with any of this. I wish I didn't know that. That's all I know, though, is that there's a big Reyes scene coming up in the second court session. I don't know what it is. I think I've seen an image of it, but I don't know like what any of it is or the context or what it has to do with any of this. August 15th. So where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stubborn about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Sosuke. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights and their privacy. She doesn't need to be involved since she's so epic. Actually, so true. To an extent that many consider extreme, to the extent that many consider extreme, we were unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter their circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital animation that could help me to save their lives. If you're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound, you're adopted. Yes, from the Hayakawa, that's bullshit. You know it and I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoena... Alright, stop. Just stop. Does the military keep all member DNA on record? I don't know, probably, right? Yes, I know what you're referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. Has nothing to do with me. It, unfortunately, quite literally does. Reyes goes on the stand and talks about how cool her friends and her friends Baldy and Ice Monkey are. So freaking true. I'm appalled, Sosuke. How could you brave a soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? A worthy attempt, counselor. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interests. Or that of their family. Family. The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. You've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. I mean, I can't fault him for that. It's fucked up. I call witness. Democracy manifest in the stand. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sosuke. Can't I? Yukari are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of following your example. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police state is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, I didn't. They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you for hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about the virtual work release thing? Do they fit your skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who've been treated the same. He starts to forget that he's a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing constellations in concrete. After you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new. That's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. How could you even know any of that? I'm a defense attorney, Sosuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Fuck the prison system, baby! Boo, 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 boo. Morgan assuming familial relationships are the end all be all because that's how families are supposed to be. Girl cannot comprehend found family. Dude, it's like, and listen, that's a popular Japanese trope. As there's so many Japanese stories of found family, man. It might be like the most common trope, actually, in Japan. Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? Take my phone and call Hana Kim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess these crimes and you'll walk free. After which you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. That's not... If you're at all curious, I've done some calculations to estimate the extent of your financial holdings. The number is quite remarkable. Though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. No one's asking you to abandon the Akadia. You could become their greatest ally. Together your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. And I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Sosuke? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life and claiming myself before the world as the son of the people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you in the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Akadia than live in luxury as Blue Blood? Gladly. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try to use my parentage in trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right? So if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go to court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? Might have found a window of opportunity, a chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe if we go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat, or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify. What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Oh, man. Okay. Alright, you good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adenai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Sosuke's monitored all night. What is it? You going to ask me to explain his decision? Because I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty. Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Ikaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? The people have shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. You considers the Akari as true family, yet again he spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Did they really shave everyone in prison, or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Wow. Alright. Morgan's apartment. Okay. Oh, this is the title screen. This is the title screen of the first episode. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague. You feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sosuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, and what the Ikari are hiding, and what Emma's thinking. What I've learned, what I know to be true, and what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped, my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head, or maybe empty it. Okay. It's hard to call people I've never met family. I think I'd honestly be more inclined to go with the devil I know than the unknown. Oh yeah, no, for sure. And that's what I'm saying, where I'm like, I totally get Sosuke's mentality here. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepages used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed-circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. The end results, my internet history looks a little more random to an outsider. I guess I can forgive it. But if she ever gets me added to a mailing list for diet supplements, I'm revoking her net access. Okay. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melts into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at the edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon. Which can be zen in its own way. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Speak for yourself. There was an ant in my bathroom the other day, and he's my friend now. Girl, she ain't gonna bake. I'm not hungry. Yeah, baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun, and when I don't have a neighbor, I'm trying to butter up. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. I'm still slaving away in that witch's office. I never wanted for hungry mouths. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find office birthday party to crash. I'll be gone without a trace in minutes. This is pointless. Might as well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do more good than this. Whatever this is. Hey, cool kid. If you go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity, does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? Trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. Exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know why I can give you advice. I don't know if that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first. I don't know, ask questions, talk to people, I guess, record what they say, take notes, and think hard. Well, you never know, you can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. Time is it? 5 in the morning? It says 9:40 on my phone. I slept for 30 minutes, that's it? What the hell's going on with me today? I'm really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone. I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. I don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article pops up as an advertisement. There's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given a dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for a third time. Double or nothing. Federal investigator recovered Dennings girl. Congrats on no longer being kidnapped, but you cost me $600, you little shit. Oh my god. Federal investigation recovers Dennings girl. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound thanks to the efforts of federal investigators, spearheaded by a playbook that applies old techniques to tackle new challenges. Dennings originally rose to prominence as the CEO of Constancy Inc., which was at the time a marketing firm specialized in virtual advertising. But Dennings' vision for bringing advertising to the front lines with heads-up display services cracked open the previously uncharted market of active duty armed force members, serving them relevant, relatable, automatically generated content that informed them about the products they wanted, waiting for them on their doorstep when they got home. This sucks. This guy sucks. After making Constancy one of the leading advertising agencies in the world, Dennings thought that he'd finally get to spend some time with his family when he graciously stepped down as CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as the COO in an advisory role. But tragedy struck earlier this week when his daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school in an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the vicious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount, a lesser man would have panicked, or worse, given it to their demands. Fortunately for his daughter, Dennings is not a lesser man. Those first 24 hours are essential. We need every minute we can get. It's really quite remarkable that Mr. Dennings was clear-headed enough to contact us right away. I'm sorry, whenever I see brackets, I don't know why, like, reading sources for, like, college papers gets it to where I try to figure out what would originally have been here in the brackets. So, like, to contact us right away, I'm like, I'm just trying to think what would fit there. It's not important. It's just a thing my brain does. It's a weird fixation. Investigators sprang into action, of course, but here our story takes a curious turn. Instead of searching the map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We wouldn't really describe this as a terrorist act, but the sick, twisted terrorists who committed this atrocity did to us the courtesy of communicating openly and often. From the way they spoke, the words they chose, we started to narrow down their possible backgrounds, and we revisited the crime scene. Investigators credit their breakthrough to footage of the kidnapping that indicated the terrorists had military-level training and discipline, carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation, considered a signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. Anyone can read handbooks and try to copy what they've seen in military sims, but this brutal act of class-motivated violence was carried out without so much of a shot fired, miraculously. Skills like that, unfortunately for the suspects, are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within an hour. I don't know. I think the CEO would die for AI gen advertisement for active soldiers. It sounds like a steel hell. Yeah. Well, some less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspect's military backgrounds. Chief Director of Investigations Valentine avoided the mudslinging with a sufficient reply of no comment. Mr. Dennings' business associations have no bearing on the value of his daughter's life, which I'm glad to say is no longer in any danger. For that, we have to thank the efforts of the brave young investigators to my left here. Special Investigator Ayase, Technical Analyst Solkov, my dick, Special Agent Greenfield, and Special Agent Beckham. Together they... Are you infuriated as we are by the anti-authority, outside actor anarchist inciting anxiety in our city streets anonymously? Join us in our push to make all internet searches tied directly to citizens' tax return ID. Sign up below and we'll direct you to how to help. Awesome. I gotta drink some water. I was going to try and finish the Tomodachi Life video tonight. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to. I might have to sleep like as soon as stream ends because I'm like, God, I'm so tired, man. How's that for long odds? What are the chances I see that name? Perfect timing, actually. Maybe chewing out Mireille for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat. Oh, okay. That knock doesn't sound like Mireille. Oi, Yooree. That voice almost sounds like, been up already, you shit. Better check the door cam. Oh! Hi, Reyes. Detective, is that you? Open up. Pardon? Is that Pen? Oh my god, she's drunk. Oh no. Oh no, she's drunk. Oh, but she... Oh no. Oh no, Reyes, baby girl, what's happening? I wonder if that'll come up again or just flavoring for State of the World. Wouldn't be surprised if that's a name that comes up in the next episode, maybe. Hang on, are you? Don't pretend you can't hear me, you little creep cave, you little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh, I just waved my badge hello to the door cam. And my door unlocks just like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model door is it? Oh yeah, first model of door in the city zoning. It's legal for me to unlock your door like that. Oh God, I love her so much. I love her so much, man. But girl, what are you doing here? I don't like that you're alone with Morgan right now. I mean, like, I know Morgan can't just kill a cop willy-nilly, but still. Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. Since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am above the book. What's happening right now? Why is you stealing all the way up there? Who did you kill to get a place this huge? What do you even do with this much space? Hang from the rafters like a bat? Echo, echo, echo. Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone know you're here? Oh no. Well, let me check. Detective Ray's badge number 10806, reporting all channels. Self-assignment, protective surveillance of suspected criminal target, threat assesses medium to low threat capabilities, not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from, what's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting from address at held. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bio monitor. We've got you 10-806. Have a quiet night. Are you finished? Okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Hey, where's the snowball? What? She waves her hand in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball. Pork matcha ball. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You probably made her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable. She might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Yuck, God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk, and I'm drunk because you're in danger. No, other way around. I drank because I was pissed, and Claus and everyone else told me to go home. Even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago, I'm the one who's too emotional, and Sue, useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Because you were defending that cop killer. Oh. How do they make me love a cop, man? It's fucked up. Who's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer? Killer whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're a stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I am a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people, even stinky lawyers. Thanks. So I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. And lock him up and throw away the key. And if I actually save your life too, that's okay. Even if you don't deserve it, you could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. You really don't have anything to drink? I'm not sure I want to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? You're the host. Do whatever, but I'm going to do what I got to do. And this is the hell of a screw top. If you have to host a drunk detective race for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh, shit. Oh, man. Jesus Christ. I said I'll get it. Oh, Christ almighty. This fucking creature. Wait. This is the best part of the vid, where he breaks down the horsepower. For the years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where their engines would have horsepower capped at 270 or so. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such huge street racing scene. Right. But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with like 300 plus horsepower. They all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah. And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car and the same engine. The same goddamn torque rating in two different countries. And they were saying, oh, I don't know. I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without knowing what gasoline smells like. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement that leaks so that leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scare me for a second. Jeez. If you want to try and ruin something for me I never even had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. There's no difference between gas and gasoline. Hold on. Give me a second. There we go. Can I? Oh shit! No. Can I copy this into my window? Is this I can't. That's so sad. Okay, hold on. I'll just save the image. It's fine. Give me a second. I had to uninstall Gyazo, so I got to do the snipping tool. There we go. All right. We're so back. I guess this must be better than being alone sitting awake for 8 hours. Oh, for sure. You think someone drew her as the demo man from TF2? Holy shit. That's crazy. So, you knew Chopin? See, you knew Chopin? God. We dated, okay? Happy? I wouldn't have guessed that. How long? Once. Which is not a lot. Duh, I know. It was such a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. And God, was he cheap. Like, I said, why'd you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. You can always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious, but still the airhead part kind of offsets it. Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money? Guess even you could tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was going to stab him. You think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. Then he has the balls to tip 10%. That is bad. Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s. How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip. What tip? Oh, the tip! Oh yeah, it's still. Do you even have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit looking for other creatures of the night? This guy, I heard he died. Do you know him? I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app? Yeah, dating app for cops. There's a dating app for cops? Yeah, just for cops. Just for all. Why is it called just for all if it's just for cops? It's a... Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay. Play on words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies. I don't think there's an app for me. Hang on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth? She's trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember yours first? I don't know why everyone's so concerned with firsts. What the hell does that mean? See, she likes women too. We're so back. We're so back. Don't worry about it. I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Wanted to slap the guy's dumb face at the end of the date, but then I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor blood, just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over. Had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there. Sorry. Sorry? I'm not sorry. I'm angry. You seem to get angry a lot. You've been at anger management. You know what that's about? That's about managing anger. Keeping calm, not letting your emotions control you. I'm great at all that. If you say so. I do say so. And what I'm feeling most of the time is I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. Little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down long, long before my anger's gone. Demons seem like people. Demons seem like people from the hall. Just 2 people-shaped things face down in blood. Sosuke and Chopin. They were both face down. What? Yeah? Because Roger was cuffing Sosuke on the ground. Rogers, what a klutz. That guy couldn't cuff a cow. A cow? I don't know. Something that'd cuff easy. A dress shirt? Oh, do you want a round of applause? Everyone clap for the world's greatest wordsmith. Shut up. Interesting. Very, very interesting information. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I could sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, downside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. Not nearly so flush I could afford to waste time on it. Reyes really does have that naive idea that cops are all good guys saving people, so it's clear each episode her idea of cops is eroding more and more. Yeah, no, for sure. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found the teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes or whoever his lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure you're going to be the most popular kid in school overnight now. I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period's next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. What a face. You'll show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic? If you're going to be a lawyer, you'll need to get better at reading fine print. So you need 5 members to found a club, but you need to have at least 2 students present at the qualification time so you can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. Can't say no. Nothing. Didn't say anything. Okay. State building, baby. Guys, which personality type do you think we're going to get? Do you think it's going to be, I hope we get like a serious, like some sort of like Western, serious, stern guy personality. That would be really cool. Must have waved me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows. Androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They already rolled out the red carpet for you this time. If they were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. District attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Mrs. Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Sinus completed, Adonai? The report on the bindings? Yeah. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. Let's look at that real quick. Bindings. These. Sweat matches DNA of Sosuke. Skin is Sosuke. Blood matches Sosuke. And Smiles Heavens Miller. Oh yeah, his eye is healed. Oh my god, you're right. I hope we get an old man with a giant beard and a gavel. Dude, could you imagine? You're looking much better. I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. Woke up in much more pain, but then they insisted on taking off all my bandages. Some sort of injection. Sosuke consented to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You had consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. The interrogation room floor isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. It's the same guy who's confidently telling me he was fine going to jail. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning, thank God. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. Give it back to us in the military on occasion. You heal up faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. Explains why I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Oh, interesting. When it was already called Heaven Smiles from Killer 7. Oh my god, okay, I thought that was familiar. Why'd they have to wait until now to start giving Sosuke medical attention, though? Who was that in Killer 7? Because I only ever played through the first 2 levels of that game. Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you looked like you had been thrown through a windshield. Don't worry, Sosuke. You're still handsome even when, without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Why are you blushing? It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. No, I've had this since birth. Heaven Smiles were the enemies. Okay, I was about to say, like, I thought that was either the name of, like, the main antagonist or the organization. Yeah, that game was so interesting, but it was just so slow-paced that I couldn't get into it. I considered streaming it, but I don't think it would make for an entertaining stream, unfortunately. I think it would be way too slow. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Sosuke, your tits are fantastic today. Oh shit, we're starting with Homeboy. Thank you for clarifying that for the court detective. That was the same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were on the second on scene, so they were focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Let's save, by the way. Whoops. Hello? Save game. It's been a minute. Good to have it on record so I can look it over. Well, fuck me. What would that be under? Would it be like London's testimony? Okay. Detective London testified that he and Detective Reyes arrived as the second pair of officers on scene. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Right. Okay. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seemed like it's going to be a nothing burger. She's back. We just keep lucking out. We keep lucking out. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? Sosuke Ikaria. I'm head of personnel security at Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run small business. Mom and pop operation, I take it. Family run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How were you captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead, and how you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin? I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if it's mostly pain. What about after the pain? How did it end? I woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume? Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. Pulled off my blindfold, felt like I'd stepped into the desert. White flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there was a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Ikaria? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show that the witness is admitted to wielding the same magus used to kill 2 of the victims. Is this okay? I stumbled forward towards a door, and past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There's one more thing I recall. I remember holding my sword. So he admits it. You remember holding your sword. Oof, that ain't good. It's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Ikaria. It was on the ground, and it was important to me, so I bent over and picked it up. Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No, next thing I know, I'm being transported to read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch. Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist, round 1. Fight. Eats the art, licks his cheek. Certainly we're past round 1 by now. Alright, cut bindings, Yooree, magus. Okay. I woke up in the room blindfolded and in pain. Right. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. Okay. That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my waistband. I was alarmed that the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. All I could think to do was bend down, pick Yooree off the floor. The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me. Alright, so let's look at this. Tanks' autopsy whistle. Okay, cut bindings. Clearly cut with something sharp. Got it. You did not untie your bindings. They were cut with a knife. You fool! You buffoon! You sniveling ass! Sosuke could have untied his way out of his bindings, not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sosuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right, but if I cut myself out first... Your Honor, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Biggest issue I have with this game, they need better organization of the evidence. It's so hard to find the piece you're looking for. You mean like when you're scrolling over them? They do cover each other a bit much. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used a blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sosuke couldn't have gotten free until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... Oh, dear God. Is she gonna... Oh, okay, is her music going to start playing? Is doing just fine, thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe that this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence and they had to have been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? You think it was Yooree? His captors kept him bound in that room for most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with a sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Look at the actual bindings themselves. No. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? The problem lies with the DNA. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy, who was stabbed in the throat at the court, as the court may recall, by your client's sword and is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? What do you mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How can Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held, unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free? Ooh! That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. She's lying. That's not possible. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows that he had no wounds besides the fatal puncture on his neck, so the bindings of my client would have to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tinkson Creek, and picked up his sword as he stated in his testimony and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would have cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller. No other explanation? I mean, if he used something else to break out of confinement. I guess we go with the knife, man. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that? Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. Emma, that's a huge stretch. Come on. I mean, to be fair, this is kind of how, like, this shit goes, though. They'll come up with whatever shit they can to win their case. I really should have refilled my water and taken a BRB before this case started, or this court started, but we're going to go a bit longer before I do. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did. Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it, doubting Thomas. It's not the android I have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings, AB and B-, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bat was post-mortem. The point still stands. To be fair, I get it. Emma probably wants to put the Hound away so badly you make up shit if you put away a known assassin. Yeah. Well, how about it, Morgie? Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back into the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. And of course, I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Sosuke used to cut himself free. Medical records, Yooree cut bindings, blood from Sosuke, right handprints on the handle, medical records. Hold up. Sosuke's medical records. Oh, there it is. Medical records. It doesn't have his name. Injuries, blood from various sources across the anterior. Oh, interior is front. Oh, posterior is back. That's right. Numerous bones in the left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found in left hand. Internal bleeding, bruising, rope burns, other blood across top legs. Largest wound found. Okay. I think it is the slight slit on his hand. Just take another look at that. Your client's medical intake record. A little late to still be drumming up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. Oh, so true, dude. So true. There are. Well, I did not remove my shirt for. If I may please direct the court's attention to one specific item. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, he must have been sustained around the time of his escape, like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on a blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonai is correct. Yooree was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sosuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Sosuke's exact blood type on the tip. AB-. That blood type doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Sosuke. What? I do blood type fortune telling, so I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan. Oh, Lord. I wonder the phone evidence selector kind of feels like the Tears of the Kingdom Fusion menu could do with a search bar. Oh, I see what you're saying. I was thinking you meant the selection, but yeah, like this menu. Maybe, yeah. Perhaps you might grace us with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible, because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck would be much easier to pull off than using the very tip of a sword. I'd hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect ukemi. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether his knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck. Yeah, did you just repeat what she said but slightly rephrased? A conversational tactic to surpass metal. Okay, alright, come on, reference. It's worth repeating, Your Honor, because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Sato finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. Follow my wording there? No, I understood you. It made sense. I don't know when you said phone, I didn't, like, take it, whatever. Doesn't the knife look serrated? Does it? Hold on, let's look. Nope. Unless I misunderstand what serrated means. You might be thinking of how the katana is chipped. Makes it kind of look like a serrated blade. Where is it? Oh, it's Yooree, right? It's just under Yooree. No, it's not. What the fuck? Where is it? Am I stupid? Whistle, my knife. Oh, Sosuke's sword. Okay. Oh, never mind. You don't see it here either. One thing I hate is how the evidence has a different name in your phone than it does when it comes up in court. It drives me nuts. Because I'm always looking for what it's called in the court file and not what it's called in your phone. I love getting super into the story, then remembering the fish in the top corner. I forgot that was there. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool, so does someone have her number? Is there a group chat for everyone who works for the government, or Dr. Sato is already on her way? So there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. Me too, man. She'll begin the examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that what we ought to thoroughly examine is why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Sinus Security. Then perhaps our next witness can shine light on the source of this deficiency. Ooh, is it going to be Han? Yep. All right. Before we move on, let me save real quick. And I am going to take a quick BRB. I'm going to go refill my water, and I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then we'll come back. Wrong window. Wrong window. Jesus Christ. I'm so tired. I'm just going to refill my water, and then when I come back, we're going to finish this shit. So, hold on. I do actually got to put on that music, though. Oh, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Wait, is this going to go to... Hold up. Yeah, hold up. Wait. I just realized this isn't in my playlist anymore. We gotta... Give me a second. What is a good song? Forest of Hope by Pikmin. There we go. All right. There we go. Listen to this nice, calm, quaint music, and I'll be right back. I'm sorry, why did I come back to chat to see South American gnome sightings? You can't just say these words in my presence and like pretend that I'm going to be normal. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side? Hell yes, dude. Wait, sorry, I'm looking at Discord chat. Dude, this bourbon me is fucking crazy. Holy fuck. That's so good. Alright. Anyway. Hold on. Sora's also messaging me. Okay, I'm gonna have to look at that later. Alright, okay. Yooree hasn't heard of the South American gnome sightings? Oh no, I know. I used to watch them religiously. That's why I'm like, you do not realize what you've just unlocked in my brain. Of like, holy shit, it's been too long. Like, faked gnome, goblin, like any sort of like fantastical like fairy sightings, angel. I love shit like that so much. It's so funny. One of my favorites is the one where you just see like the little gnome running like under the dresser in the background. It's so funny. Anyway, Adelaide Hahn, site manager at Sinus Security. I served as supervisor for the scene of the crime in case 356319B. 356319B. I thought I said that wrong. You into cryptids? In the funny way, yes. I don't think they're real at all. But I think fake sightings are so funny. I'm such a skeptic when it comes to anything like that. I would be the annoying motherfucker in a haunted mansion or like a haunted like area, making it a miserable experience for everyone else, because I'd just be like, this is bullshit. If you like, come on, y'all, you don't believe this shit for real. Like, oh, what was a BuzzFeed Unsolved? Do y'all remember that series? I would be the tall guy, the one who was always like laughing at it and not taking seriously. I am like 100% that guy. Oh wait, hold on. My mom texted me something. Give me a second. I have to respond to my mama. I told her that I watched Weapons and Sinners, and she's been telling me to watch them for a while. I just said, I said, I finally watched Weapons and Sinners. She responded, well, ... And I just said, we will discuss next time I call. Much to discuss. I have a feeling she's going to take that tone too seriously, and it's going to actually make her anxious. I'm just taking a shot in the dark and hoping that she knows I'm being silly. So we'll see. My favorite is Mothman. Dude, Mothman is so funny. I love, unrelated, I think Mothman from Persona is like one of the funniest guys ever. Or Shin Megami Tensei, my bad. Solely due to the statue, people put money between its butt cheeks. I did not know about that. Anyway, wow, can I call you lady? Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as your honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Ooh! Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we at Sinus Security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Sinus Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions, aka the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so, sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the reference as the witness as hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Bloods to this degree? Shut up, Morgan. It wasn't Morgan, it was Emma. Why you're allowed to run your business and manage your petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal capitalist, tax-paying entrepreneurs. You got your own explanation? It's because you're insignificant. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor and it's not a show of respect. It's just the reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation, but if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the state shifts its attention to your neck very fast. You get questions for me then. Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime and the ways in which it was changed after I left. When did Sinus Security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight. About 2 hours after my client was arrested, you're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself? Trouble with being a site supervisor, you gotta stay on site. A lot of naps in parked cars. Hot like a parked car! 0 out of fish. Oh yeah, hold up. Beautiful, alright. In order to get poker, we have to get a fish. We have to get a fish. Han let slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. It's Time to get it all out on the record. Building security. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Cyanus. Must have gotten hired by someone, not my department. But you recognize some of the handiwork. The front door was Cyanus, the individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Excuse me. Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least it takes time. Do all the doors require keys? I think it's just safe to stay on all of them and kind of looked at them all. Alright. The night's weather. It was a warm night, I bet. You asking me about the weather? Not exactly grade A small talk. Relevance, Your Honor? I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? There's a lot of windows, not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when Cyanus arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain that night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. Even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. Stay. The knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was that alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the same scene in the alley? No, none. Could this knife have been planted there? We stay. I think we press on security is what I'm feeling. Alright, press. Do all doors require keys? Is there any way to unlock that door, front door without its keys? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. The door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. Thank you, that was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Chopin and Rogers? Ooh, blackjack, baby! I'm sorry, fishjack! Black fish, red fish, blue fish, two fish. What the hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd attention-grabbing claim first so that the people can properly eviscerate it. Yeah, what she said. Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That becomes obvious. What are you talking about? The only way that building was, the only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting you didn't even try turning the handle first? Front door wasn't locked. The door was definitely locked when those two arrived. This witness has testified the door is designed to lock itself automatically, so it's impossible for the door to have been left unlocked. As you say, but in that case, if we know that the door was locked all night, we know that the master key was found on Krieg's body on the 3rd floor. And where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key, how convenient, but completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Drum, dumpster, fire escape, sound system. Dumpster? What's your obsession with presenting evidence found in the garbage? I'm going to ignore that comment, and besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. What, is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. The dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from the dirty rain in the lower wards. You can all see those marks, Counselor, but it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what, your claim is that a spare key on the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant, or a setting stone, or a Biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive and its wheels are long gone. Correct, so if anyone had moved it after the police had arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew they'd find what's underneath it. Someone like... Yeah. It had to be Han, of course. about to say, because Homeboy shot it open. We know that. We caught a black bass. Oh, joyous day. As a known associate of Blue Blood Mafia and the employee of the security company who installed the front door of the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me, I couldn't push a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you've said. We could check for your fingerprint on the front door. You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for fingerprints on the dumpster. That thing's filthy. You'll get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts, whoever else is stumbling around that alley. Would we? Don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene and how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True, fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were, and she was there long before scientists showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How, exactly? What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. The hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What's happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time you press it... Oh no! Oh no! Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course, near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or a toy. Doesn't anyone ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. Spam it, Morgan. What's wrong with you? If he pressed this whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts, as I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those 2 officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No, at that point she would have had to hide. First floor vaults. Yeah, I guess. Since they didn't see her logically, we must conclude that she hid in one of the rooms on that floor. That is logical, but also entirely conjecture. Not this time. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? The android clicker. Why? Don't say these things! Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Oh. 2 police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked perhaps by a spare master key. Is that some kind of big deal? She's so silly with it, dude. Sora needs to play this game because she would fucking adore 80. Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officer Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be if you want to do some backstabbing. You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, Counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tariq Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Her insult sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. Oh my god. Yeah, after the last court case and the scene with Han, my money's been on her. Because at first I was like, oh, it was the guy. It was Rogers, right? But now I'm like, maybe it was her. Who says Rogers wasn't in on it? You really don't know, man. You really don't know. Also, I do have a lot of chips. Way more than the, what, 60 I had by now last episode? Like, I think I had 1 or 2 more failures left before we would have lost last episode. But we're pretty in the clear so far. Thought I had something when I tried to put the cards on the table. How could Han have gone behind Chopin on the 3rd floor? The fucking staircase was open. The windows were open, dude. Sorry, my mom texted me again. I listen, I love my mom. I'm not going to leave her on red. I'm just letting her know I did love both of the movies, because she said because I said there's much to discuss about those movies, and she said good things, I hope, with like a apathetic smiley face. I'm like, yeah, I was. I mentioned Sarah from this game, and Sora's Read Only Memories was finished a few days ago, mainly because I thought Sarah and Turing would be friends. Hell yes, dude. So they beat Read Only Memories then. I knew they were close to the end. I didn't know they beat it. Okay. Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get in position when she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like to, the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol. The what protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want to review, Adonai. If Han won't self-incriminate, then the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Fuck. I don't know, actually. Hold on. The only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be Rogers, Sosuke, London's testimony. Can I look at what their testimonies had? Okay. Makoto's testimony, autopsy, London's testimony. Rogers apprehended the subject. We focus on securing the area, sunshine, and clear the 1st floor. That's the only testimony I can look at. Rogers' testimony was that... Rogers' testimony was just that, what's the word? Homeboy could hear the thing. They were separated for a bit, I think. Came up and then apprehended. Sosuke's testimony, he couldn't really remember much. I don't know. I'm really lost on this. I don't know if my tired brain is failing me. Only testimony that could give me a clue to her actions would be Rogers? They were separated, maybe then they could strike, or she could strike. Good point. Yeah. Recite Rogers' testimony from yesterday. Start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han moved the dumpster. Landed on the dumpster. Moved it, I think. After the first officers on the scene had already destroyed the lock. Well, no, that would be silly of her. Okay, fuck. All right. Okay, fucked. Listen, that was the first one we fucked up. It's fine. Let me rephrase. That's the one. That must have been when Han landed on the dumpster. Out of the window, down the fire escape. Okay. Gotcha. So my intuition was off then. I think. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, if we have to entertain this thread of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhere impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tariq Chopin? Let's stay our hand. If my theory is right, then it was the sound of Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. Right. No, she's been uncooperative and has lied to this witness stand, but she didn't kill anyone. Well, if that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who even cares? I'm so full of soup. I'm so fucking jealous. I would kill for some soup right now, actually. Some minestrone would go crazy. Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may be very well have perjured herself, I think it might be better use of the court's time if we clear the room of the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, clear the gallery and remove the defendant to the holding room. They're forcing us out? What the hell? Hey, tag along, would you? With Sosuke? Can't let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I'm certainly not concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me. Very well, Adonai. Good luck. Tomato basil. That sounds so fucking yummy. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jury live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. And then when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. So you think I got something contentious to say. Sorry, but it's just going to be a bit more of the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? Of what? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard. What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the blue bloods who use young bloods like this to witness as their cannon fodder. As this witness. Where'd you learn all that, you Benja Latte Dine special? Late dine. Sorry, that was me. That was a, this word looks weird to me. I'm assuming Japanese pronunciation. Even though they don't have an L sound. Technically, whatever. You know what I mean. I got yelled at because the soup boiled over on the stovetop, but it's not the end of the world. I wish I had all the soup that was on the stove. True. Knowing Emma, she might have just learned all this from. Matter of fact, I did. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I didn't help state prosecutors. I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already empty out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's going to make assumptions about what went on in here. Tell me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't exactly got me feeling. Sosuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how you do feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest toasting to the news of the verdict. Screw this. 9:47 p.m., night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because the whistles all had specific frequencies. You gotta set them into your device if you want to listen for him. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. I ran. Was the fastest that way on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. I knew there were where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and had just got my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. Thought they were going to shoot me. Then I heard Chopin getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were going to shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. Followed after them. At a distance, but yeah, saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor, one went upstairs. He was quiet except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. The one shouted down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. It must have been Chopin just before Sosuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too, but I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company. So I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor, jumped off to the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to. I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. Guy on the second floor shouted after me. They're in the alley. I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape, but my knees had stopped shaking. The fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a scientist rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. I ain't going to help you go snorkel around for it, if that's what you're asking. Well then, the people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case. Though none of the answers you've provided have changed the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was in and out, counselor. Didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. Sips my water. What are you talking about? Red ink. Probably the red ink, right? Scraps of paper. Hidden by trash. Well, no, because she wasn't up there, so we can't say that. Scrap of paper, right? Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer? That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Chopin arrived. Not an accomplice to murder, just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, if you only took 4 characters for the P-492 plan to blow up in the court yesterday, years of blue blood planning all down to the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. All because of that one goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your own business card. Sign of security. You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. Guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. Anyone caught with it, why would you ask for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in a young blood. They also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear them down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities, less downtime, no sleep. Keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up so you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Start thinking they were the ones bringing in the money, that they were the ones who should keep it. Just put them in the grind them to dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab the Akaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected him to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew that they had a target on their back already, so they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any N-box town like a tactical nuke if they had to. Maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the Chopin guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your questions, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you have even noticed? Paper's white. If you had seen it, would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Moving an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they would wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but then the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. No reward survival tactics, hides in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was in the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it on the second floor windowsill, the one that connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness, even though we've all managed to establish that someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Just because those papers originated on the third floor, if that scrap was found on the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape. Excuse me. Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't because they would have run right into Dr. Sato! She has some evidence or DNA or whatever. Maybe even an updated autopsy report if you even care. Should we let her in? Your Honor, we're the ones overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up and kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan, that Acadian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. You gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Krieg's killer is not technically my job either, Han. But if they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not going to hold my breath. I won't tell any of the other Youngbloods to hold theirs. Ooh, yeah, I don't know who could have done such a thing. Anyway, hello, hi, Yumi, hi. Ugh. Lots of news to break. I'll leave the interpretation of the good and the bad to you two. That's cool, just imply I'm the ugly, it's fine. Counselor Morgan's hypothesis stands. The knife matches Miller's entry wound. Well, how about that? And it matches the wound better than the katana considering what we discussed yesterday. I'd be ready to say this is definitely the murder weapon used to stab Miller, but I've had no more luck with DNA testing than Sarah did. You weren't able to get anything. Nothing in the range of admissibility. However, like Sarah, I was also able to perform blood type analysis on the blade. And while I also found A, B- and B samples on it, I found one more blood type as well, A+. Oh no, okay, we're good. Well, 3 people cut with 1 knife. This can't be hygienic. As long as you don't stick it in your mouth, you should be fine. Hold on. Jokes aside, I should, not Rogers, Chopin. Yep, okay. A+ blood. Who was there that night that had A+ blood? Your Honor, these findings bring a rather alarming fact to light. Dr. Sato believes that Miller was most likely stabbed by this knife and not the katana. Oh my god, Yumi, hi. I'm curious who Morgan's going to try and pin this whole thing on. I am really curious about that. But at this point, it almost feels like... I don't know. I'm like, how is she going to get out of this, you know? It's my evil twin, actually. What if this whole time Heartbreak was a freaking twin? That means that this knife was also the source of Miller's blood on Sosuke's binding. So either my client killed Foreman while cycling between a gun, a sword, a bat, and now a knife with his wrist tied together, all before ever stopping to cut his own bindings, or he was still in captivity when the Blue Bloods were killed. Wait, that almost sounds like an alibi for 4 of the 5 murders. That is not an alibi, Your Honor. Merely an increasingly strong shadow of a doubt. The jury can decide that for themselves. The facts surrounding Tariq Chopin's death still stand. Sosuke Ikaria was the only living individual in the room Chopin was killed in. Sosuke Ikaria is also the only person with his fingerprints on the katana, something he corroborated with his very own testimony just a short while ago. And the defense has theorized, fleeing suspect has already been revealed as incapable of committing any of these crimes. Yes, but unfortunately for the people's case against my client, there's evidence that completely overturns our understanding of how Chopin died. The knife that Dr. Sato just confirmed was used on Miller. Very likely used to kill Miller, yes, but definitely used to kill Chopin. What? Dude, we're at 200 chips? Look at this! It's the card reader song. Oh my god, is it actually? What are you going on about? Blood typing. Chopin's the only victim with A+ blood. Even my client Sosuke has AB- blood. Yet Dr. Sato I can't fucking read. Yet Dr. Sato just told us that A+ blood was found on this knife. That blood could have come from nowhere but the single fatal wound identified on his autopsy. Chopin's blood was all over that scene. The knife could have fallen into it at any point. Not at any point, no. The knife was removed from the crime scene and never seen by the arts. That means it had been moved into the alley before Detective Reyes arrived on the 3rd floor. But Chopin was impaled by the sword. We've all seen it. Yes, but not fatally. How could that stab wound not be fatal? Because it was post-mortem. There we go. I've been waiting for that. I don't remember why. I feel like there was something they mentioned about his stab wound last time that was weird that made me think he was probably stabbed with the knife and the katana was kind of there just to, like, make it look different. Stir the pot a bit. You're basing this on the blood. Usually closely follows a stabbing, yeah. It's the amount of blood, Your Honor. An impalement doesn't leave much blood at the scene because the weapon acts as a stopper. I assume the amount of blood at the scene was a result of the sword being jostled afterwards because the wound had been aggravated. But this knife turns that idea on its head. Yeah, Chopin was stabbed in the heart from behind, but it was most likely with this knife. He collapsed on the floor dead, then this knife was removed, and his corpse was impaled with a sword in the same wound. leaving a mark on the floor. The sword was only then moved around, increasing the wound size and masking the initial knife's entry wound, while utterly soaking the floor in blood. It's a possibility. If I may, Your Honor, this may be just a possibility, but it's the possibility that makes the most sense to me. It explains the irregularities with the victim's substantial blood loss, the pattern of the wound, and the indentation on the floor. It might make medical sense, Dr. Sato, but the sequence of actions you described are not those of a rational human. Wanting to frame Sosuke for the murder seems pretty reasonable, and stabbing the corpse with his katana would be the best way to do that. They need the katana to frame Sosuke. They did need the katana. You make a strong argument, Dr. Sato. In order to frame my client for Chopin's death, they have to put his fingerprints on the murder weapon, the knife. They wouldn't need to stab the corpse with Sosuke's katana. They could have just put the knife in his hands. Swapping out the murder weapon and disposing of the knife is 2 to 4 times as much work. That many more chances to make a mistake. It's nonsensical. Stabbing Chopin's corpse with the katana didn't help them frame Sosuke, so what did it achieve? It made a big mess that some poor schmuck would have to clean up. Yes, that's... Chopin's blood nearly destroyed all of the writing docs at the scene. But who says that's a coincidence? What if Chopin was stabbed twice? Just so that his blood would cover up the red ink docs. This is insane. Makes sense to me. No, not your logic for the stabbing. This idea of yours that Tariq Chopin was part of some kind of conspiracy to defraud the city. Hold on, I gotta drink my drink. Agreed. That is insane. I believe just the opposite. You what? Tariq Chopin was an unpopular, straight-laced political aspirant working as a cop only to improve his electability. His personality, his family, his goals, he had every reason to blow the whistle on Prop 492. And just get the whole project canceled, leaving the lower wards in an underdeveloped lurch. A lot of people would hate to see that happen, a lot of blue bloods. But the son of 2 city councilmen wouldn't care. Oh, hold up. Sorry, got a thingy in the mail. All right. Where were we at? An Ikaria like my client would be actively rooting for it. You think Chopin was murdered just to cover up the fact that Prop 492 had been corrupted? Just all that money left on the table, all the future money coming down the line. That's a much better motive than... What was it you proposed exactly? That my client saw a police officer and would rather stab him than have to explain why he killed his captors? Something along those lines. So, like, what's going on now? Did Sosuke do it or not? That'll be cleared up in very short order, Your Honor. With the help of our final witness. Is it time? Is it time? So Yooree wasn't even really used to frame me. It was used to draw more blood from the wound to soak the papers. Very cold decision to make in the heat of the moment. Defiling a corpse just to protect investments. Colder than stabbing someone in the back? In some ways. I think that was up for debate. Thank you for joining us again, Officer Rogers. Oh, okay, it's not Reyes. Okay. Oh, okay. No problem. Where is everybody, though? I almost forgot. How could I forget? Well, after the shooting yesterday, I'd rather not risk the integrity or celerity of this trial by rescreening every member of the gallery when I've already cleared the room once. Celerity? Speed! Trial's gotta go fast, baby! And it takes everyone a while to find their spot in the stands again. We're almost caught in the line of fire not 24 hours ago, Officer Rogers, yourself included. Surely you don't find the lack of an audience to be intimidating. No, I guess not. Where do we leave off with this guy anyway? I believe that lawyer over there had just accused my late partner of being on the take for the Blue Bloods. Excuse me? I was merely exploring a possibility raised by the witness' sworn statement, Your Honor, that he never heard any gunshots in the area himself. And I stand by that. I just noticed something. Unlucky schmuck is accused of killing his girlfriend. Your companion... Oh, I'm sorry. I need to allow this. Your companion is charged with murdering a family member. Evil magistrate stabbed with a samurai weapon. I guess Emma will be the defendant next case. you mean by that. Oh, is that a reference? I can't fish for sympathy. You can't what for sympathy? Good. Does the defense have any questions for this witness, Your Honor? Or should we all continue to glare at one another for the rest of the day? Tempting, but I guess we better not. Wait, that's, I was about to speak his voice. Your Honor, we have to ask we asked the witness to testify once more about he and his partner arrived on the scene. Yes, no problem. I'll repeat it as many times as you like. I'm gonna have to call you on that. Whistle! It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley but didn't see another way in. So Chopin shut off the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam and my partner bolted to the 3rd floor. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. There's 2 parts I could imagine this going to. A quiet night, my partner heard a gunshot. Quit that already. As I mentioned, I feel many times by now that it's very unpleasant tone, Adonai. Sorry, Butterfingers. Has anyone ever told you it's in poor taste to use the same trick twice? It's been a lot more than twice now. It really has. And besides, it's only an issue when it's used twice in the same audience. Speaking of which... Who's going to answer that, Officer Rogers? I was about to say, so whose phone vibrated there? We want to talk about this? Rogers? Just to fill you in, officer, when I accidentally pressed just now was a whistle found at the scene of the crime. Weird coincidence that my little slip-up coincided with your phone vibrating. He's so fucked. Yeah, he is so fucked. Can you read us the notification you received just now? Or should the core computer simply force open all your devices and splatter your data across the walls? Emma, come on. Officer Rogers, you have a so-called receiver application installed on that device, do you not? Yes, I do. Is that in line with department guidelines on use of third-party software on state-provided devices? It's not breaking any regulations. Doesn't need to earn you any the demerits to make you look guilty of sin. You and your partner, that is. Did Chopin have the app installed? We can go check. If having that app on your phone makes you guilty of something, you'll have to arrest half the cops patrolling the lower wards. What do you mean? It's common knowledge that orcas use unconventional tactics to talk to one another. Flags on buildings, clothes left on lines, smoke signals, probably even messenger pigeons. Where? Don't jump scare me like that. When you've got a figure this statuesque, every pigeon is a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, true, true. Anyway, whistles like that aren't uncommon. So it is common for members of the police department to try to listen in on the chatter of groups like the Blue Blood Mafia. Lower wards aren't a place a cop walks into without every weapon they can carry, and that goes double for information. So there's nothing suspicious about his phone reacting to that horrible racket? I don't know, have I had to put up with that noise for nothing? Not for nothing. The witness is correct, Your Honor. There's nothing suspicious about having a receiver installed on any of your devices, even if you aren't a cop. However, Han said earlier that it was a specific frequency that had to be set up. What's incriminating is the fact that Officer Rogers' device responded to the specific frequency of this whistle. Sorry, officer. A little blue birdie already told the court that you need to input a frequency in order to get alerts for it. Yep. Yes, I know that. So does the whole force, in fact. What? I see. The hell is she reading over there? Officer Rogers, testify about this anonymous tip the police department received last night. Oh, motherfucker. Haven't seen the submission myself, but it came through the department network straight to everybody's inboxes. Be advised, anonymous tip suggesting potential orca analog chatter at the frequency listed below. Patrol officers in lower wards use this information at your discretion. That's absurd. What's the point of informing every cop in the city about a secret communications channel? The Blue Bloods would find out their line is compromised within minutes. Would they? I don't know. I don't control how anonymous tips get handled. But as soon as you get an email telling you there might be criminal communications occurring at random frequency, you tuned into it right away. Believe it or not, I'm a little concerned about criminal communications these days. Having seen my partner murdered by an orca right in front of me, barely 24 hours before nearly getting shot myself. Back up. You saw the moment of your partner's death. That's news to the court. You know what I mean. Your Honor, the tip was submitted and the frequency was spread throughout the police department network. Likely because the Blue Bloods believed it to be compromised, having already been used at a scene where 4 of their members died. Officers Rogers may have deceived the receiver app on his phone, but so many other police officers in the city. The app doesn't provide timestamps of when frequencies are added. So there's no proof of his when his phone first started listing for the frequency. Neither he nor his partner were members of the organized crimes unit. However, wouldn't Reyes in London potentially? I mean, I don't know, because maybe they weren't expected to be in the lower wards, but they were in the lower wards. So they could potentially prove if this is bullshit or not, right? Or am I overthinking that? Therefore, they had no criminal informants on their own, and they could not have obtained this frequency before the rest of the department. Since the defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately, I never said I couldn't prove that. Hold up. I was kind of overthinking. Hold up. Since my defense cannot prove that the signal was acquired illegitimately, never said I couldn't prove that. They had no criminal informants of their own. They could not have obtained the frequency before the rest of the department. It probably is the red ink, right? All those pages, all that text. The frequency could be hit. Oh, that's not what I thought it was going to say. I thought it was going to be like the link between the whatchamacallit thing. All right. Hidden by trash. Creek's data pad. God. This is not a good game to play when you're like sleep deprived. Chopin's fingerprints. How did I not notice that that was a thing? Okay, well, it wasn't that. It's fine. I got all the chips in the world. Scrap of paper. Was it the other one? I'm sorry. It was the fucking gun? I immediately was like, oh, it wasn't the gun. Not just any gun. A Magus. Legally registered to Anchorton. And how do I know that? Because this gun was identified and scanned over a week ago. Oh, god damn it. That's right. I forgot about that. When Tanks was briefly detained by some well-meaning officers on patrol. I forgot all about that. Yeah. Officers TC and HR reported the following. Subject in possession of firearm in violation of parole. And subject in possession of suspect communication software installed on personal phone. He wrote all of that in the report. You and your partner found the emergency frequency for Creek's pod over a week ago by skimming Tanks' phone. And sat on it until last night when you kindly dropped it off in the tip box. The hell are you even saying? Why would we frisk a perp, get good intel, and keep it to ourselves? For the same reason your partner might report a generic shots heard over the police network when he already knew exactly where to look. The same reason he'd be ecstatic at finding documents on Prop 492 at the site of an orca bloodbath. You wanted your gold stars. You wanted to be the first in the scene of at the site of a blue blood massacre. Oh my god. Counsel is badgering, Your Honor, and losing her meager thread of logic in the process. The previous witness testified that there was, in fact, a silent alarm that night. A silent alarm that needs to be actively pressed. It could have only gone out before Creek's heart stopped. Said witness responded to the alarm by traveling on foot, and he had arrived well before Rogers and Chopin. The lower wards are maze-like. She could have been closer. That whistle has a limited range over which it can be received. You propose that Officer Rogers and Chopin were within that limited range at 9:45 p.m., yes? Obviously you do, or else you would have never received the frequency at all. So if person H is on foot and individual R is in a police car, and they both receive the signal at the same time, and the train leaves Appletown at 3 p.m., that seems like an irrelevant factor, the court needs to consider this. How could Officer Rogers and Chopin have possibly arrived later than someone traveling on foot if all three were within the range? I can't believe I told my geometry teacher that none of this would ever be useful. Okay. The fact that they did arrive later than Han. If I'm right about the motivation for Chopin's actions that night, if he was sitting in his police car and suddenly got notification telling him some blue bloods were having life or death emergency, How would he react in that moment? It would seem that the defense does not have evidence available to address this contradiction, Your Honor. Evidence explaining how Chopin proceeded the crime. Fuck it! I got the chips! Of course I have evidence that explains the contradiction. I just have to go get it. Fuck! Every time! I just need to hold, man. I need to stop doing this. I mean, I've had the evidence on hand, Your Honor, but sometimes living in surveillance police state has its peaks. Pardon? Like when you want to surveil police officers. The officers' patrol car, their cell phones, traffic cameras, and optics data. I could request any of it, hell. Your Honor, I formally subpoena all of it. Oh, shit. What? What? Did she do that? I'm not sure, I'm still learning. Reyes' drunken swipe at my front door reminded me exactly how much power the police have. But it's just her dutiful checking in that made me realize just how hard it is to lose a cop in this city. Whatever it takes to answer this question for the court, after Officer Chopin reported that he heard shots fired at 9:45 p.m., exactly how long did he and his partner do donuts in the parking lot before actually driving off to the scene? Ooh, kind of a big ask from the defense, but it's entirely doable. Do the people object? The people, of course, object to any data collection effort that would be a waste of taxpayers' money or a violation of their privacy. So we would prefer that the range of this request be narrowed somewhat. Narrowed perhaps from everything to something. Happy to do that, Your Honor. I promise not to act like a kid in a candy shop when browsing through. If you do this, if you subpoena that data, you'll just see me driving like a lethargic moron. Officer Rogers? He seems different. Hardly recognize him. Agreed, I recognize his type. Soldier. Your Honor, what the defense is suggesting is largely accurate. Pardon? That's a first. Though there are some corrections I feel I should make at this time. No objections here. Officer Chopin is the one who discovered the frequency when we apprehended Anchor Tan. His name's stupid. He entered it in both our receiver apps at that time without my knowledge. It wasn't until the night in question he chose to inform me of the intel he had obtained and how he planned on acting on it. At 9:45 p.m. we received a signal. Before I could react, he had put out a notice on the police network that he had heard gunshots. It was at this time he told me to drive towards Blue Blood territory. How did you make that voice sound cold? As he started to explain to me what he believed he would find, I chose to take a suboptimal route. We spent several minutes in traffic as he berated me for my sense of direction. So you both knew this silent alarm would lead you to some kind of blue blood emergency, but only you realized that meant you should take your time getting there. Logically, a silent alarm is triggered during a confrontation, not afterwards. I had no desire to walk into the crossfire of an Orca gunfight without backup. You could have had backup easily. My partner had no desire to share our intel or how we obtained it. I apologize to the court, Your Honor, for being evasive or misleading during these proceedings. And I intend to take full responsibility for doing so. But I was not eager to admit this role my own, But I was not eager to admit the role my own. Oh, I got it. But I was not eager to admit the role my own cowardice played in these events. Nor would I ever want to imply that Officer Chopin was responsible in any way for his own murder. Very warm sentiments from the officer, delivered with a voice as cozy as ice water. You're telling the court that you and your partner arrived at what you expected to be a bloodbath, and you still shot to lock up the door and start stomping around inside while separated from one another. He got caught, so it's the witness way. True. Respectfully, ma'am, with the route I took and the time it took us to arrive, we expected to find all targets neutralized. And that expectation was reinforced when we arrived on the street and found the whole vicinity dead quiet. Yet we were still the first on the scene despite my stalling for time. I think that might have enthused my partner. He was excited and I let him set the pace. It's my deepest regret that I agreed to his request to split up. First to arrive on the scene, we know that wasn't the case. Blue Blood got there well before you and your partner. That's what you were talking about? The witness wasn't present for the individual's testimony. He's merely giving facts that he knows them, as he knows them. And he can't have known that there was a Blue Blood in that building. On the contrary, he already testified about encountering them yesterday, as they made a not-so-silent retreat down into the alleyway. That was a Blue Blood making all that racket. I see. My partner Chopin, he shouted that there was someone scrambling around down in the alley not long before he was killed. He must have opened the windows on the 3rd floor to check. That's a new detail, Officer Rogers. Pardon me if I failed to mention it yesterday. It occurs to me you weren't present in the courtroom when this other curious detail was brought to light. The fact that there was another weapon at the scene of the crime. A bloody knife, which somehow ended up and down in the dumps. Know anything about that? No, ma'am, I do not. Playing dumb? Wrong move. Bidino Sinus is a bunch of amateurs with conflicted priorities. Explain this to the court then. Forensic analysis has already showed that this knife was the murder weapon used to stab Miller, getting a healthy amount of his blood on it in the process. It's also been established it must have been what my client used to cut his own bindings. If you say so. The evidence says so. If the defense isn't interested in asking the witness questions, perhaps they'll answer mine. What does that have to do with Officers Rogers? Everything, of course. Allow me to show you why. Found Rogers arresting Sosuke. Found Rogers arresting Sosuke. Found Rogers. Okay, hold on. Let's look at the evidence in its full. Just to make sure, pressing and emits a frequency. I don't think it's this one. It's on Craig's body when it was found. Cut bindings. Medical records. Blood from various sources across the interior. Numerous bones in left hand broken. Laceration. Internal bleeding throughout torso, skull. Bruising, rope burns, and both burns as if found. Numerous bruises on interior, front. Other blood across tops of feet, pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted. Bruise on left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma interior, right side of head. I think we're trying to say that he must have seen the knife. Oh, London's testimony. That was the last one. Okay, hold up. London's testimony again. Where did it go? Why did it like jump to the top all of a sudden? What the fuck? Already apprehended the suspect. Clear the first floor. All the rooms were empty. They're thinking that he must have seen the knife. But why? Perhaps you'll answer mine. What does this have to do with everything? Allow me to show you why. Whoops. This one, I guess. You know for a fact Sosuke had to use that knife to cut his binds. And Detective Lyons testified that Officer Rogers apprehended Sosuke alone. So why can't the officer who apprehended the man last known to be using this knife tell us how it ended up in the alley? That is a question well worth asking the witness. I have no idea what you're talking about. When I found your client, he had the magus and he had the sword. The sword he had stuck through my partner. This knife you're talking about, where'd you find it? In the trash. Drum. Down in the alley. Well, then some crime tech idiot must have thrown it out thinking it was a bio-waste. Or some sinus lackey tossed it as a prank. I wouldn't know, because I spent hours being debriefed in that room on the third floor while they set up the arcs. I spent all night in a room with my partner's corpse. Never took a trip down to empty the recycling bin. We know the knife was with Sosuke at one point. We know it ended up down in the alley later, so it stands to reason that someone had to walk it downstairs and out the building. If Rogers never left that room all night, then someone else must have moved it. Couldn't have moved. He could have removed the knife. I feel like he could have, right? 0 points for you. 0 points again. All that processing power and he can't manage to think in 3D. Because the windows, right? Doesn't matter if Officer Rogers stayed in that room all night, Your Honor. All anyone needed to do was dispose of the knife, was step out onto the fire escape and toss it. Oh, okay. Drop the knife into the barrel waiting below. No need to leave the third floor. No need to leave the crime scene at all, Officer Rogers. What kind of trick shot bullshit are you talking about? That is a long drop, Your Honor. A straight drop. Gravity's convenient like that. The target was a small drum in a dark alley. Said drum was burning when the police arrived. The target would have been plainly lit, and I've taken both of your arguments into consideration, and after much deliberation, I have come to the conclusion that the proposed method of removing the knife from the third floor is not actually that hard to do, assuming a modicum of hand-eye coordination and basic understanding of Newtonian physics. Well, obviously, couldn't anyone manage that? Practice martial artists who masters of every muscle in their body, individuals like yourself and me, might find it hard to relate. But there are some who would struggle with the task. Yourself and I. Wait, hand-eye coordination. Eloquently put, Your Honor. So you must agree that someone with hand-eye coordination so bad that they hold the record for worst marksmanship in the entire police department. Someone with such poor aim that they opted to physically assault a target rather than shoot them. Someone like that might find it impossible to pull that off. Fuck. Are you talking about me? She's talking about me, Your Honor. And while I find her tone unflattering, none of what she said is false. Apologies that dropping the knife from the fire escape didn't occur to me as a possibility. Must have been that for me personally, such a method of compromising a crime scene is not only unthinkable, it's impossible. Oh, excuse me. Of all the stupid details to come back and bite me in the ass, the piss poor aim that London mentioned. Is it possible that Officer Rogers faked his poor aim at the academy? It's easy to not hit your target, but why would he intentionally flunk a shooting test years ago to give himself such a strange alibi here today? He didn't flunk his test. He got the very lowest score you could possibly get while still being certified. Good lord, you just have to be trying to... If his goal is to receive the exact minimum number of points needed to pass, his margin of error would actually be much smaller than anyone simply doing their best. But then what about when he first saw me? It's true that any other cop who saw me standing over their dead partner would have just unloaded. Instead, he ran up and hit me. If he's not actually that bad of a shot, why am I still alive? The story Rogers had been telling so far that he instinctually didn't bother to fire. His gun wasn't discharged, and Sosuke got the bruises, so we accepted that line of reasoning. But if I assume he's more dangerous than he's led us to believe, why wouldn't he have just shot Sosuke when he had the chance? He could have told his fellow officers whatever story he liked afterwards, and he wouldn't even be having this trial. I feared for my life, that's all he had to say. Under what circumstances would it have been impossible for him to claim that? Your Honor, I'm reminded just now my client and the witness were in a physical altercation. I apprehended a murder suspect, yes. Surely you aren't suggesting I used unreasonable force. If anything, you used unreasonably little. Not at all, but I imagine things happen fairly fast. Isn't it possible that a knife on Sosuke's person may have been knocked away into a corner during that moment? What are you... It may have. I can't say I would have necessarily noticed something clattering onto the floor while I was trying to cuff a violent perp. Perhaps, Your Honor, the witness ought to testify about everything he recalls from the moment he confronted my client. Jogging his memory might be the only way we can address these gaps in our knowledge. No objections? Then let's hear it. Good versus evil, man versus machine, cop versus robber. I'm not a machine or a robber. Don't worry, Sosuke. If need be, Adanai would go through a whole trial just to prove you're a machine. What kind of joke is that? Alright. Rogers keeps going on and on about Chopin and his death. It makes it feel like he's just faking it. Oh, 100%. That's why, like, he was the first person I thought killed him. Hell, I thought that before we even met him the first time. It wasn't until, like, we had that scene with Han that like, misdirected my attention, but now we're back on Chopin. Alright, Yooree, fire escape, medical records. When that blue blood fled down the fire escape in the alley, I poked my head out of the second floor window. But then I heard a sickening thump from above on the third floor where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed to the stairs where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked, but he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. He turned to me with dull shock just as I whipped my pistol butt into his forehead. He collapsed after that and the room was a mess. My blood was pumping. If he had dropped a knife at that time, I wouldn't have noticed it. I forgot what our evidence was. One of them was Sosuke's medical records. So I'm going to look at that real quick. What were the other two? The sword. The sword was another one. I don't think it's the sword. Medical records. I want to look at something about the thing on his head. Numerous bruises on interior, front side of... Largest wound found on the skull, back of the head near the top. Okay, that doesn't really help us. Fire escape, that's right. Time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to left eye, busted lip, broken nose, box left ear, blunt trauma to anterior right side of the head. Okay. That's what I was looking for. Hold on. All right. I poked my head on the second floor. I heard a sickening thump where I knew my partner was. Reflexively, I drew my service weapon and rushed up the stairs where I saw the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. I was shocked he was clearly injured and the sword was stuck, so before I knew it, I was running at him. Oh, maybe not. I don't know if this is the right one. Okay, it is, it is, it is. All right. Sounds very brave, Officer Rogers, but that's physically impossible. How could he have knocked my client out with one strike to the forehead when it was the back of his head that was injured? What are you talking about? Yesterday, he had bruises across his entire body. An exaggeration that doesn't hold up to the scrutiny of his actual medical record. Largest wound found on the crown of the head. The crown, as in the top of the back of the head. The butt of a pistol leaves a surprisingly specific impression on the human body, Officer Rogers. I assume Dr. Sato's still in the building. Perhaps we should call her back and have her examine my client on the stand. Sosuke, you'll have to remove your shirt, oh my god, to get my head checked. Jesus Christ. Emma, you are pissing me off. That would be a waste of time, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan has taken advantage of some rather vague wording in the medical record to make her argument. Largest wound. But the fact is, the defendant was covered in various bruises all over his body when he was taken into custody, including on the front of his skull. She's not wrong. I still remember every ache. It's entirely possible that when Officer Rogers struck the defendant on the forehead and the blow was glancing, but still hard enough to knock the defendant backwards. And had he fallen backwards hard, he very easily could have sustained a large wound to the crown of his head at the moment he hit the ground. Respectfully, Your Honor, that's ultimately not something either the people nor the defense are experts on. But even if we were, neither of us could examine wounds that are no longer visible. Strip, Sosuke. Jesus Christ. Also, Felix, welcome in. Sosuke's injuries, they've mostly healed as of this morning. Hope that injection helped you sleep really well last night, Sosuke. Your Honor, as I see it, either we could extend this trial indefinitely, with both the people in the defense flying an x-ray specialist and contusion analyst to argue back and forth about fracture lines, or we could accept that events more or less took place as the witness described. He hit the defendant in the head and the defendant fell backwards onto the floor. If the head wounds open an interpretation, then stay. I learned my lesson. It is possible that the events took place exactly as Rogers described, but if that's the case, Sosuke would have fallen onto his back, and yet the medical record tells us he was covered in blood on the front of his body. Officer Roger claims that Sosuke was hit on the forehead and fell backwards, but what would he have fallen onto? In that room, probably blood and guts. Yuck. You're exactly right. All kinds of firsts happening in the courtroom today. He would have gotten blood all across his back, but that's not how he looked when he was arrested. The medical report clearly states he had blood on the front of his body, telling us that Sosuke could have only fallen forward. What of it? Maybe he did. Maybe he turned his head weird while trying to dodge. Things happen fast. Don't try to bullshit a bullshitter. Fast enough that you may have been, in fact, actually struck my client from behind? Yeah, maybe. Took him by surprise when he was no threat to you? What? No. Easy target to knock out at that point. Makes sense when you wouldn't use lethal force in that scenario. No, the guy got nearly a full head on me. True. I don't deny it. Which makes it highly unlikely the witness could have simply hit him on the crown. If things happen as fast as you say, he had the element of surprise. He would have simply aimed for the easiest target possible and the easiest one to reach. The center of the bottom of the skull. Not quite. Excuse me. Part of me thinks you should lose points if you say something you're supposed to raise. It's weird because I feel like that happened to me last episode. I never said that my client was standing up when this happened. You mean he was asleep? No. Considering he was struck on the crown of his head, it's obvious that at the time, Sosuke Ikaria was bent over on the ground. On the ground? Would have been easy to hit him if so. But Sosuke was already face down on the ground. Rogers wouldn't have needed to hit him. Still bound. He'd be easy enough to hit from any angle, but there'd be no need to incapacitate him at all. Right. My client must have been bent over. He was bent over when the witness came from behind and... Adonai. Well, why are you interrupting me now? Because I thought you'd want to know. You were about to phrase things in a way that would sound very silly. What are you talking about? Sarah's right, Morgan. You should let her take this one. Oh my god. It was when Sosuke was bent over to pick up Yooree. That's when Officer Rogers struck Sosuke in his crown. As I said, the only thing I do remember besides walking out there was picking up my sword. I think that happened on a single question episode 1, then it never happened again. Interesting. Having your android argue the weaker points for you now, counselor? Not exactly the bravest tactic. Tactics are for freshening your breath. Shut up. What can you claim is weak about the argument? Positioning. If your client really had walked out of the holding room and was then immediately hit from behind, where could his assailant have possibly been standing? Okay. Sosuke had to get out of his bindings first and then push open the door. And he wouldn't have been concerned with keeping quiet as he went. There would have been plenty of time for someone to hear him rummaging around in there and figure out where they could hide. In the corner of the room here. That doesn't work. If that were the case, your client would have fallen face first here. Jesus Christ. I'm never staying up at 4 a.m. before class again. But instead, he was apprehended here in the center of that room. Makes sense to me. It looks like he dropped like a sack of potatoes by the door, sure. But then was dragged to the center of the room. Would explain the streaks of blood we can see were discovered on the floor. So those weren't left by him gliding his feet in order to move silently. I was hoping to learn that technique. Emma, I gotta take a piss. Can we, like, chill? Your Honor, I fear the defense may not realize the weight of this implication that her statement carries. If, as she claims, Sosuke Ikari was knocked unconscious by Officer Rogers the moment he walked out of the room, then my client never had any opportunity to stab Tariq Chopin in the back, and the only remaining individual who could possibly have killed him would be me. Yes, any thoughts on that, officer? There's one thought that's been frustrating me for some time, actually. One I expected the prosecutor to voice, but perhaps I misjudged her. You what? None of what you're saying makes any sense. You say I hid in the corner to surprise Sosuke, and then I what? Snuck up on Chopin? How could I possibly do any of that if I was downstairs at the time Chopin was killed? At the time Sosuke killed him. It's not that the thought hadn't occurred to Emma, you idiot. It's that once I address this point, your entire testimony falls apart. The truth of the case becomes crystal clear. There's no misunderstanding on my part, and I suspect none of the part of the people either. Because the truth is, when you and your partner arrived, you must have immediately... I don't know. Fallen behind. I mean, yeah. Things happen exactly as he claims, if that's the case. Taken the lead. If he knocked him as soon as they arrived, he never have dragged him up the flights of stairs, just used blood to cover up some documents. Taken the lead. You were the one who took point, not your partner. Excuse me? Your Honor, the defense needs to whiz. I need to take a pee-pee. I have to take a tinkle. Chopin shot open the lock, sure, I believe that. He was the one all gung-ho about coming there anyway. But after entering, you went ahead of him while he covered you. What? You already told us you wanted to stall, wait for backup. Chopin charged forward, you couldn't slow him down. But if you went first, you could go as slowly as you liked. Chopin would be forced to match your pace. You were the one who cleared the room and shouted down that everyone was dead. I told you, I testified. So did your blue blood tail testified all about how you and your partner separated on the second floor. Objection. Mischaracterization of testimony. The witness the defense is referring to did encounter two officers, but the witness never identified either of them. The blue blood didn't need to. All they were waiting to hear was whether any blue bloods were alive. So after Rogers shouted down to Chopin that everyone was dead, they bolted out the second floor window. Big Banana, thank you for the follow. Don't know why the thing didn't play. And when Chopin shouted someone was in the alley, Officer Rogers opened the window behind Creek's body to try and spot the runner. He then ran down the fire escape to try and follow them, only to give up when he saw there was no ladder to get down with. It's entirely possible Chopin yelled that someone was in the alley from the third floor. The scene of the crime is soundproof, remember? No one in the room would notice a commotion in the alley unless they already opened the windows to check it. So since Chopin yelled about it, he had to have been the officer who stayed on the second floor. This blue blood rat of yours just misheard, or they're lying. There's no proof for any of this. Yes, there is, officer. Receiver app, scrap of paper. Hold up. I'm too tired, man. Okay. Dumpster, very loud. Locked, destroyed by Chopin and Rogers. I stabbed Miller in the throat with it. Analog, orcas in lower wards. Room below was hidden by trash. Get some caffeine. I have caffeine. Caffeine doesn't do it for me. The scrap was on the windowsill, but it's not just any scrap of paper. It matches the writing documents that were found where the pod died. It happens to have a partial boot print on it. proving that someone stomped from the crime scene down the fire escape onto the second floor. That doesn't prove anything. Your own client could have left that boot print. My client was arrested barefoot, remember? You should. You did the arresting. Then maybe Chopin. If Chopin was the one who brought the scrap down from the third floor, that would put him behind you, meaning you couldn't have walked in on him being attacked by Sosuke. Counselor. Even if we accept that Rogers was on the third floor and then moved down to the second, the sequence you're describing ends with both officers reuniting on the second floor, with neither of them dead. But obviously Chopin did proceed to the third floor because that's where he was killed. So now we're back where we started. You're forgetting one key detail in this new sequence of events. At the time the officer reunited on the second floor, my client was already unconscious. Meaning the only person who had the chance to kill Officer Chopin was, in fact... None of this shit matters! This lawyer's trying to accuse me of killing my partner. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. Why would I do something like that? Depends. What? Depends on where you live. Not uptown, I assume. What's it to you? Single bedroom? Yeah, whatever. Not great. Excuse me? Having to ride around all day with some insufferable, spoiled, rich stick in the mud, knowing the whole time that your job, your whole goddamn police department, it was all just a bullet point in his resume. Counsel is badgering the witness in lieu of making an actual argument. Apologies, Your Honor. I'll state the motive plainly. Prop 492 was corrupt. Blue Bloods and worse would profit off it at the city's expense, but it would also bring economic relief and badly needed repairs to the lower wards. It might also stop the canopy from, just falling down and crushing everyone who lives there. But a climber like Chopin wouldn't care about any of that. Every photo I've seen of this guy, he has a big, stern frown. I bet he was grinning ear to ear when he found that red ink. Must have made you sick to your stomach. So you killed him, and then you bled him like a pig to try and destroy the documents he had plastered all over town. You're crazy. That's not possible. Oh, here it comes. Do the people have anything to add? Emma hates losing, but she's not stupid. She must be getting sick of having to cover for this. Oh my god, Emma, you piss me off. I'm so tired of you. Officer Rogers, you were the one who entered the first floor, third floor first, weren't you? What is she doing? Yes. How long were you there before your partner alerted you to someone escaping through the alley? More than 2 minutes, less than 3. You had a chance to start looking the room over? Yes. And did you see anything as politically explosive as what the defense has described? No, nothing of the sort. Your Honor, the witness is blatantly lying. We know the documents were there, and we know Chopin found them because they were underneath his corpse. And it is the defense's theory that he was killed because of those documents, because he would have tried to make them public, essentially. Yes. That's the defense's proposed motive for this man to kill his partner? Yes. I see. But why would he be prepared to kill his partner for reading documents left out on a desk? When he had over 2 minutes to simply get rid of them beforehand. Fucking goddamn it! I mean, she's right. A damn good question, Your Honor. Do we have an answer for it? I'm getting there. I'll get there. I'm close. His layers are falling off. This is a cold guy, cold enough to walk into that room, knock out Sosuke, and start calmly looking around. So is he lying? Did he actually see those papers? No, Emma's right. If the papers were in plain view, he'd just have tucked them into his jacket. The papers were in plain view. Were they? I don't remember. Where the hell did I put them if not on the desk? Didn't she? She put them back where the mask was, right? I remember taking them out of Creek's safe and thinking they were nothing important, so I just... No? Probably how one page got left where it could stick to the bottom of Roger's boot. Before I left, I reorganized things, trying to make it seem like I was never there, so I stacked things neatly. Yoo-hoo, counselor! Any cuckoos in or around the nest? Pardon me, Your Honor, I was simply overthinking, to be honest. Officer Rogers didn't dispose of the red ink when he had the chance because he didn't notice the red ink. It's that simple. A simple answer to a simple question that simply doesn't measure up. Jesus Christ, Chadathan, you scare me. If Officer Rogers didn't notice the red ink docs in the 2 minutes he had with the scene, how did his partner discover them so quickly? Neither of them were looking for illicit government documents at the site of the gang shooting. Neither of them would want to start disturbing a crime scene where there were bodies and blood all around them. Correct. Rationally, neither officer wanted to start making a mess of the scene. Something must have simply caught Officer Chopin's eye. Very bad luck on his part, as it turns out. You've got to be... The hell are you talking about? What could it have been? Sounds like a tough question to answer, but there aren't as many possibilities to sift through as you'd think, Your Honor. Because it'd have to be something that caught Officer Chopin's eye, yet not that of his partner. In other words, something at the scene that Officer Rogers wouldn't recognize. I'm talking about clothing, man. Your Honor, this is pointless. If the officer knew this was the site of the orca violence from the silent alarm and there was blood and corpses all over the damn place, if the red ink docs were not in plain sight amidst all that carnage, what could possibly have drawn Officer Chopin's attention to them? If I need to retrace Chopin's steps specifically, was there anything in the evidence record that he left a trace on? Hold up. What was your last question? If I need to retrace his steps, was there anything of evidence that he left a trace on? Not the speakers. Blood from Chopin. Found stuck in datapad. Known only to rich and criminals. Didn't this say he had his thing earlier? Oh, that was the other thing. Sorry. Maybe the dark card. When Rogers first entered the crime scene, he must have seen Krieg's datapad resting on top of some papers. You think the writing documents were beneath the datapad at the time? It might explain why Rogers didn't notice them. That's only half an answer. And how's this? It wasn't the datapad that drew Chopin's attention, Your Honor. It was the dark card that was stuck inside it. The dark card. Seems like little more than a fancy credit card to you or I, but if you're rich enough, it's an unmistakable sign of powerful forces at play. Exactly the kind of thing that would put a gleam in the eyes of the politically ambitious Officer Chopin. Right up until the moment he saw the bombshell hidden underneath the datapad. Yeah, that was very obvious. I just wasn't putting it together. Hold on. Huh? Oh my god. You know what? Hold on, give me a second. I was going to try and wait until the end of this, but every time I think we're almost done, Emma says, one more thing, I'm Steve Jobs. So I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then for real this time, I'll get back and we're going to finish this off. Just give me 1 minute. Oh my god. Oh. Alright, there we go. Sorry, it was getting to a point where, like, my side was starting to cramp because I had to pee so bad. I'm like, I'm going to get a kidney infection again if I do this. Don't hold in your pee, folks. Don't be like me. Don't hold in your pee. I just realized how small I am because I was playing Final Fantasy yesterday and I never changed that. Bro, I'm freaking puny. I'm just a little girl. I'm smaller than the fish, dude. Your Honor, this speculation. Chopin's prints were discovered on the datapad, Your Honor. We know he must have picked it up. And that datapad was found by police on the desk, so we know he must have put it down. I'm merely proposing that he didn't put it back down in the exact same spot. Just because this dark card happened. Hey, seriously. What the hell have you two been talking about? What the shit is a dark card? Cryptographically anonymous wallet card that rich people use to buy illegal drugs and gifts for their mistresses. Not common knowledge unless you ran circles as high up as the city council. Oh, yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. Never heard of that. Seemed you were being literal. It is a dark card. Yeah, to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me. Chopin's going around picking up whatever he wanted at a crime scene without even radioing in first. Sounds about right. Bare hands, mouth breathing. Guy was big on following the rules, just wasn't that good at remembering any of them. Not me, though. I remember every rule, follow them too. Partner breaks a body cam, I request a new one. Let him use mine, stop him from getting sued the next punk he bumps into. It's a real risk for him. He had money, people would sue him if they could. No one would try to sue Huey Rogers. Only thing the judge would award them would be my own goddamn debts. I don't think I'm bad with money, just bad with debt. I never seem to get rid of the stuff. But even I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't wear gloves at a goddamn crime scene. God damn it! The caterpillar is so itty-bitty. They really are. Smallry. I'm Smallry! You mean, obviously, counselor. From the minute we pulled up to that building until I was relieved from duty and sent home the next morning, I was wearing gloves. 3 stories in an alleyway, and I can swear on my parents' grave I didn't contaminate 1 millimeter of it. Didn't put my greasy fingerprints on the windows, the doors, the murder weapons. You'd never know I was even there. You can say I did this or claim that I did that, but the city's only ever going to hear that some Ikarian bastard killed a bunch of blue blood punks, and that Tariq Chopin died a hero trying to save the day. Right. Adonai, is that true? Is that possible? After all that, is it possible that the jury, surely they can see, the jury will see what the adjutant decides they need to see in order, they need to see in order to properly render their verdict. If the adjutant comes to the conclusion that a witness or a line of questioning would only serve to confuse the jury. 80, Your Honor, the jury. Give me a second to think here, girl. I'm trying to build consensus and basically everyone's mad. So maybe the adjutant rules in our favor and maybe the jury sees things our way. But there are no guarantees. After all that, it's just comes down to a gamble. Always does. But you still get a chance to sculpt your hand, and I can do a lot better than this pile of shit. Just have to take my licks first. Your Honor, I disagree. About what exactly? About all of it. About everything. Look, we know someone moved from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor via the fire escape because of that scrap of paper, which would have put them in the perfect position to walk up behind Chopin. And we know Chopin picked up the data pad because his fingerprints are on it. So we can reason Chopin was investigating the deaths before he died. And of course, we know he died reading the Redding documents because, duh, his body was found collapsed on top of them. Put that all together and nothing. You still have nothing. Nothing except circumstantial evidence tying this witness to a theoretical sequence of events. Emma, did you get hit in the head too? What? We have Officer Rogers' fingerprints on the murder weapon. What? You'll never go all in unless they think your hand is crap. Put on a show! That's right, the bat. Did you think we wouldn't notice you left your fingerprints on it because it was broken into splinters? The baseball bat used on Trey? Forensics failed to pull a single print from that. Is this your ideal of a joke? Geez, take it easy, I misspoke a little. Also, I don't have my reading glasses. What? The fuck? The magus that was used to kill tanks in Creek. Pretty stupid to forget to wipe your prints off a piece of that gaudy, don't you think? Counselor, what is this? Are you throwing a tantrum? Making a mockery of the courtroom? The only prints on that gun belong to Sosuke Ikaria. Oh, sorry, guess I was thinking of another case. Is there perhaps a gas leak on the other side of the courtroom? Well, don't I feel stupid? What I've been trying to say is that Officer Rogers failed to notice that he left his fingerprints on the most important weapon of all, the very blade that took his partner's life. Enough of this embarrassment. What the hell is wrong with you? I knew a mob lawyer would be corrupt and vile, but how can you be such a stupid bimbo? Whoa! Whoa! All right, okay. Jury, he's sexist. Wrap it up. Maud, send him to Alcatraz. Can't be saying that, white baby. Do you think we're all idiots? My fingerprints aren't on that goddamn knife and you know it. My mistake. I can see here that yes, I was misreading the fine details, and it does appear that your fingerprints are not on that knife. Sorry. Oh dear. What? What is it? Oh, I guess we're all just wondering. How long have you known that it was the knife that was used to kill your partner? What? Confused? What? So are these two. Because like you, neither of them were in the courtroom when Dr. Sato updated her autopsy report. So I knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. And the people knew that Chopin was killed with a knife. But how did you know that? There must have been 50 cops in here when that doctor... Far fewer than 50, actually. More like 0. We'd already emptied the courtroom by then. A courtesy we extended to a blue blood witness. You, for some blue blood rats, you crazy harpy, tried to trick me at the last second. You think I walked in here unprepared? No, of course not. She, right there, Rockford, your prosecutor. I love that my family can hear me, like, literally in the other room screaming and, like, what's his name? Droopy voice. Before I took the stand, she told me all about the knife. So that's your plan. Right, Rockford, before I came out here, didn't you? It's always great to reveal a full house and rake in the pot. It's even better to reveal a handful of shit you bluffed your way to victory with. Say something already, just say it! But every now and then, a different kind of victory comes along where you just get to sit back and watch someone else self-destruct because they completely misread the dealer. Say it! Say my name. Oh, she's pissed. Shut up. What? Just shut up. Is that so hard? Are my instructions unclear? Do you need me to salute you first? Stop talking. You are completely, utterly, 100% guilty. Why the hell would I perjure myself to you? But, hey, start counting. Because from this second on, every word that comes out of your mouth adds directly to the number of years you're going to rot in jail. Holy fuck. Unless those words are your confession. He's the Hound of Ikaria. He murders for the mob. We could put him away. They don't want to put him away. Not for your crime, not for your murdering of the son of 2 councilmen. Have you lost your goddamn mind? But he's a murderer. Well, not all murderers are created equally. Well, not all murderers are hunted equally. Oh, well, close enough. Neobility assassinating each other, let it ride, keeps them divided. Orcas fighting in the lower wards, let them sort it out, keeps their numbers down. A monster shoots 6 women in the heart and leaves no evidence behind. Calls back when he kills someone important. Strange. Once she's properly infuriated, there's usually no stopping her. Well, she's not going to twist the knife herself. I shouldn't let it go to waste. Your Honor, if the witness is having trouble choosing a place to start his first confession, perhaps it might help by laying out the details for him. You sadistic witch! He was counting on Emma to step in. Now he's sliding down the rocky face of despair, fingernails split and bloody as he attempts in vain to slow the descent. Not very dignified, so I won't leave him hanging. I'll be happy to send him along. A week ago, you acquired a blue blood distress signal when you arrested Tanks, but your partner insisted on letting him go and keeping the code to yourselves. So the night of the murder, when the alarm went off, he jumped at the chance to be the first unit at the scene at what could be a gang shootout. You did all you could to stall, but your partner pressed on and even shot open the door in his hurry to get into the locked building. You made up an excuse to keep him on the 2nd floor and proceeded to the 3rd on your own, relieved that someone was already dead, and puzzled by the delirious Sosuke who you knocked out with one blow to the back of the head. But by calling down to your partner to convince him you were already too late, you alerted an orca hiding downstairs. And when they fled out the window and came down into the alley, you opened the windows at the crime scene to give chase. While you were scanning the alley for the 2nd floor fire escape, your partner proceeded upstairs, where he was then as stunned as you were, but intrigued by the presence of a dark card you'd never even recognized. He knew that it pointed towards the involvement of powerful parties. All right, are you paying attention? It was simply bad luck that he found the red ink before you. But he must have felt like he'd won the lottery. He was the one in the city who'd benefit the most from exposing the corruption and hinted at. He must have been salivating at the opportunity, right in front of you, standing in the blood without a second thought. You had taken the knife from Sosuke, hadn't even thought about it up until that point. You knew once the rest of the force arrived, there'd be no stopping the red ink from going on that record. You had one chance to blot it out for good, that's all. That's a lie, just smoke and mirrors, tricks and guesswork. The Hound of Ikaria is standing right there next to you. The Blue Bloods themselves even tried to kill him right in front of all of us. No, they didn't. Excuse me? I have it on very good authority the Blue Bloods wouldn't want my client assassinated. Oh, I'm sure. So considering where the shooter was and the direction he was aiming, the only person he could have been aiming at would be, well... you! What the hell are you talking about? Seems like the old guard wanted to make sure there'd be a swift punishment for letting Prop 492 blow up. So you can keep protesting your innocence if you want. It might work out. And you might be able to avoid the next blue blood to come after you and the next after that. You might survive just long enough to end up the only casualty in a tragically unavoidable case of friendly fire. Your blue's coming after you from above and below. Who gets there first is a coin toss, so tell me, you feeling lucky? Well, you. Any questions? You and this DA, you're all out of your damn minds. Look at that freaking schnoz. You could carve diamonds with that shit. I can't say sexist pig. It didn't even let me, like, bring that in. That's crazy. Do you work for the Blue Bloods? Never thought of it that way. Even back when I was a kid, I thought they were just another institution. Like a neighborhood watch, people looking out for each other. Everyone's parents off working or enlisted or in jail for civil disobedience. Whole neighborhoods that cops, medics, goddamn firemen wouldn't set foot in. Rogers is kind of a twink. Hold on. Brother. Didn't see it as transactional. Thought it was just lending a hand. My blood ain't worth shit. It wasn't useful enough to be a young blood. Not good looking enough to be a host. But I kept going to school. They helped me pay for it. Because it was in fact transactional. They expected to get something in return. Police Academy. They're men on the inside. Oh, I gotta chuck my Pibby. This is a Pibby moment. Wasn't as exciting as it sounds. I made sure it wasn't. Test scores sucked, aptitude sucked, clumsy and boring. I made sure no one would want to give me anything important to do. Valuable enough that the Blue Bloods wouldn't out me. Not valuable enough that the cops would give me anything worth passing on. The world's worst double agent. So bad at his job, he'd never be expected to double-cross anyone. By the way, a movie I've been talking about a lot recently with Sora. If anyone here has never seen The Departed, sorry. I always said weird. That's a movie about double agents, and it's that's like a top 5 film for me. Greatly recommend it. Imagine the look on my face when my reputation for nothingness gets me paired up with the worst babysitting job on the force. Tariq Chopin. We were perfectly matched in a way. I didn't want to be near nothing, and nobody wanted to let him near anything. Nothing dangerous enough to get him hurt, nothing real enough that he'd go blabbing to his dads. He went around to schools. Those are the jobs we'd get. Building security, morning assemblies, telling the kids what cops do and how to call for help. We were a goddamn joke. There are worse things to be. You think I don't know that? You think I gave a shit that the kids were laughing at us in the back in the back of the class? That teens were throwing soda cans at a car. Good for them. At least they were having fun. Tweak was never having fun. He was just burning inside. Humiliation and bile. A stomach full of it. The Departed is so freaking goated. You know what, Felix? I want to like having you in chat because usually I bring up movies or like any sort of pop culture and like most people are like, oh, I don't know that one. Awesome ending too, absolutely. Departed is a movie you cannot say anything about, like story-wise, without like spoiling it. But holy fuck, what a crazy like movie! It's so good. The fact that DiCaprio didn't ever get like didn't win anything for it, fucking insane. If they hadn't found the code on tanks that day, I don't know. Guy would have either put in his 2 weeks notice or just drawn his gun and walked into the nearest Orca mansion. So when you two arrived at that building, happened like the defense attorney said. I told Chopin some bullshit about smelling contraband on the 2nd floor. He started poking around. I went straight to the 3rd floor because it's sadly it's a nightmare to discuss spoiler free. Yeah. But yeah, listen, and I'll say as someone who hates long movies, because The Departed, it's over 2.5 hours long. It does not feel like 2.5 hours long. It's one of those movies where you look at the runtime and go, fuck. Oh, it's a long one, and then you're like watching it, and then you look at the time and you're like, oh my god, it's already halfway over. Holy shit. It has phenomenal pacing. Whole cast is insane. Damon, DiCaprio, Nicholson, Wahlberg. Yeah, no. I went straight to the 3rd floor because, well, that's where the bosses would hang out back when I was a kid, where they give us spare change to buy their groceries and pick up their laundry. Never met this creek or this pod in my life until we stopped Anchor 10. Different gens. I never seen anything like the bloodbath in that room. I keep burping. All 4 of the pod were dead when I got there. Believe me. Don't believe me. I ain't no hound of Icaria and don't even think he could have done it that either, considering how he stumbled out of that water closet like a bloody water balloon. I did whack him on the back of the head, but my hand to God, I'm not convinced it did anything. Face down in the blood out like that, couldn't have woke him up with a nuke. When the hound dropped, I searched him, followed protocol, found that knife in his hand. Called down, said everyone was dead. That blue blood bolted. Tariq called after them. And yeah, I opened the window and tried to follow. I guess Tariq didn't know the ladder was out, figured I would chase him down, because by the time I stepped back inside, he was upstairs. And I walked up those steps expecting him to be puking, crying, shaking, I don't know. Instead, he starts yelling down, happy, ecstatic. He can't believe this scoop of the century. And I realize I know what he's talking about. Your blue blood superiors let you know about Prop 492? Not that people knew to deal with Prop 492, even non-blooded civvies. Okay. Nothing wrong with any of that, so as long as it stayed a rumor. Cop calling them civvies is very gross. As long as the state didn't know, we knew where the pillies were going to be built. It was a nice thing, believe it or not. People in the lower wards whispering about big money coming in. A little excitement to look forward to. Tariq was excited too. Sorry, there's a loudspeaker outside my door. I'm sorry if that picks up. All you could see was forward, barely reading the words in front of his eyes. I got like jump scared. I was like, I like suddenly heard music and I was like, is that the game? Not giving a shit about anything behind him. Not caring about what he was trampling over. I didn't plan on doing anything, if that matters, if you care. I was moving slowly, but I wasn't trying to hide. I just, after taking off the hound, I still had that knife. That goddamn knife in my hand. You all seem like educated people, so I take it none of you all believe in evil. We believe in evil down in the lower wards. It's like a fog. Hangs around certain people, places, and it poured off that knife like a water fountain. The devil made you do it. Haven't heard that one in a while. If it wasn't for that dark card being there. You know, Tariq told me once, said he wanted to become a mayor. It all started with a snail. I just did this stupid fake laugh and told him he had my vote. I don't know why I did that. I shouldn't have done that. Laughed at him? I shouldn't have lied to him. Okay. And so, Your Honor, the people will be dismissing the charge of homicide in the first degree with prejudice. What does that mean? They can't charge you with Officer Chopin's murder again after, at a later date just because they found more evidence? And the 4 other charges of second-degree homicide, we will be dismissing the 4 charges of second-degree homicide without prejudice. So she's not quite convinced I couldn't have killed Krieg's pod. Miller's blood having already been on my knife you used, on the knife. I was like, did she say my knife? On the knife you used to get free in the first place is pretty huge. Combined with Rogers admitting that you basically stumbled out a walking corpse. But the way the state sees it, their murders aren't any more solved than they were at the beginning of this trial. A Conjuring quote? What was the Conjuring quote? I miss a lot. Was there a reference? The devil made me do it. The devil made me do it. Imagine if she slipped up like that. I'm kind of waiting for something like that. I was about to say something, but I was like, it's a spoiler for another thing. And I was about to be like, oh, it's like that one moment in this one movie, and I'm like, no, maybe don't bring that up because that's like a pretty big moment in that movie. The devil made me do it from the second or third Conjuring. Well, that's like that's just like a classic phrase, isn't it? She kind of did when she reached in her coat. Oh, yeah, true. I did forget about that. By the way the state sees it, the murders are... Oh, yeah, we already did that one. It's to be expected. Then the jury will be dismissed. This court will be adjourned. And you, Mr. Arcadia, are free to go. Everything that's happened to you the last few days. How is that leaving you so shocked? I'm not shocked. I'm just grateful, counselor. You have my... Ahem. Your Honor, is there perhaps something else you wanted to say? Well, if you insist, I guess not for some reason, even though the jury's been dismissed and it's actually their job to do this part and the charges were dropped. I have this strong, overwhelming urge to say, Not guilty. No, that needs to be much bigger. Maybe, I cast ye innocent. No, that sounds dumb. Floor 48. All right. I'm still curious because we haven't seen the Reyes scene that I was thinking of. So I've greatly misunderstood what people were telling me about Reyes, but there's a scene, there's an image I've seen that I know happens at some point. So how do you plan on celebrating? Adonai, we won in case you two somehow missed it. And won so definitely that the police and even the Blue Bloods can't hold a grudge. Right. My apologies. I'm grateful for you, of course. It's just that I still haven't gotten an answer to the questions that's been haunting me. Even more so than whether or not I killed Chopin. Someone slaughtered Creek's entire pod. They had my life in the palm of their hand and framed you, Sosuke. I don't think they were doing you any favors. And yet they did. They let me live. It feels strange owing everything to someone so unknowable. Well, you'll have plenty of time to think on it, spending the rest of your life hiding your head in the sand. Ignoring the vast riches that sit untapped in the savings account across the sea. Adonai, he's made his stance quite clear. I don't intend to hide, Morgan. The Blue Bloods can try whatever they like. And they can find me standing right where I always stood, protecting my family. It's about family. Seems there's someone who'd like to speak with you about just that. Oh, there he is. Sosuke, young master. Please forgive me, young master. I've failed you repeatedly. Why is there the scary music? I'll accept any punishment. Very well. 108 years of manual labor. Oh. Yeah, it's about as merciful as I expected. At least he picked a good number. 100 and... Of course, young master. You'll need to spend that sentence serving as my head of security so that I know you're actually doing it. And that means you won't be able to do other jobs anymore. Even ones that the elders ask you to do. Even delivering messages. It's a punishment handed down by the heir to the noble house Ikaria, Sosuke. Who could possibly overrule it? As you say, I'll start right away if you don't mind. That's probably wise. Grandfather is outside the motorcade and he's had nothing but criticisms for the current formation. The chairman is here. He came here. Probably just happened to be on his way to the airport. He is, Counselor Morgan, surprisingly astute of you. Though he is leaving quite early, he just wants to get to the airport. None of our private planes have even been, are even fueled. Seems to be a universal truth that old people like to get to the airport early. That sounds very wise, Sarah of House Paralegal. Who are you quoting? Oh my god. Then if you'll excuse me for a moment, Counselor. Yeah, feel free to. Oh, and there she is. Alright, we're just meeting with everybody one last time. Just a good old reunion. Congratulations! If you don't let her look at your tattoo now, I'll never hear the end of it. Yes, well, that's... Right then, I'll find a corner to which to lift up my... Oh my god. Congratulations, Counselor. You succeeded on all fronts. Not satisfied? Makoto seems to be in a good mood if you ask him for a bonus now. Should I just negotiate with my employer directly? You're the one who hired me, aren't you? At the very least, you're the one who put my name forward to Makoto. It's easy to see looking back. You're the only one who's acted in Sosuke's interest this entire time. Who isn't a child. What of it? Why me? Why does it matter? Because I value my privacy. I want to know why a woman with your resources would put an ant like me under her magnifying glass. Such cruel metaphors you employ. Someone who values your privacy that much should in the future avoid directly confronting the board of multinational corporations. Noble's board of directors. You were not among them myself, but when one woman shifts the opinion of a room that's stagnant, even by a millimeter, word gets around. Now, you really are a shy little girl. No putting the genie back in the bottle, but I won't recommend you to anyone else if that bothers you that much. Thanks. You can be pretty shy yourself, letting Makoto take all the credit. Why all the subterfuge? I've already overextended myself in this matter. A woman from my side of the house intruding upon the IFG's business. I don't mind I have to rip out fingernails in front of the elders as a recompense, but I thought I might spare myself the additional pinky or so. The bonus gallery has the tattoo? Well, it's a good thing we're looking at the extras after this. You're being literal, aren't you? Disobedience always has a cost, especially in old families. Especially for daughters. But not flinching as you pay the toll carries its own kind of power, don't you think? Maybe I'm just trying to dress up my cowardice as dignity. Disobedience used to come naturally to me. It gets harder the older you get. The harder to believe your independence wasn't just immaturity. That's why I'm glad Makoto's such a good boy. I don't want him to feel any guilt later in life. Yes, Makoto certainly takes his responsibility seriously. Can't imagine where he gets it from. I was such a hellraiser. Must get it from his father. I suppose so. It's an interesting mark below Sosuke's eye. Okay. Looks like a mole, but it seems to be hereditary. Does Makoto know Sosuke's father? Does Sosuke? I'd be very disappointed in Sosuke's intelligence if he didn't. That's why Sosuke left the family to join the military, wasn't it? Why he asked to become the Hound when he came back. Self-imposed exile for interfering in your arranged marriage. Interfering. We were younger then, but we still knew what we were doing. We knew there was no stopping the marriage. If we didn't cover up the pregnancy, others would. Oh! Damn, okay. Or just eliminate the problem themselves. Sosuke left before the bridal shower. Sudden enlistment, certainly, but I don't blame him for not wanting to be there on guard duty as I married another man. If Makoto is Sosuke's son, though, that means he carries his blood. If he stands to inherit for both his father and mother his worth, I understand this is going to be hard for you to believe coming from a woman like me. But Makoto's already worth enough. He has his health and he has his mother. And his father will always be close by. Every moment we've shared as a family is worth its weight in gold. And as you now see, when given the opportunity to choose between Makoto and the blue blood fortune, Sosuke chose the former. All of you, you could have it all. Why don't you want it all? We already have it. I see. You don't understand, do you? I hope you do someday. Let's get back to something I fully understand then. Bargaining! Sosuke loved her? Sosuke loved her and impregnated her. So it wasn't whoever she married that it was the father that Makoto. Sosuke was. Which is pretty wild. One blood test from Makoto could split your precious house right down the middle. Your husband will be infuriated, assuming he has a pulse, and whatever connections you married him for will burn up in seconds. Classic bodyguard falls in love with the client. Dude, good food. Mamma mia. Never get tired of it. Mama's ragu. Straight from home. Reminds me of home. So unless you guarantee me that I'm free to turn down any job. Foo. Okay. Don't make any unnecessary threats, counselor. It makes you look weak. Take it from someone with experience. You're always free to leave the house. But if you find yourself slinking back, don't be too hard on yourself about it. It's just what the house does. Now would you excuse me? Sosuke seems to have satisfied your companion's curiosity for the time being, and it's very rare for him to have any time to himself. You don't understand, do you? Counselor Morgan. Emma! What's that look for? So that's 2 wins for me now, isn't it? After Rogers went nuts and perjured himself all over the place, you're calling that shitstorm a win? Yeah. Yes. 100%. Definitely wasn't a loss. You're ridiculous. Thanks, by the way, for letting things play out as long as they did. I imagine you wanted to put the brakes on things a number of times back there. But now that it's all out, my clients won't be getting knifed by cops or blue bloods. At least not for anything he didn't do. You think I was happy to let the Hound of Ikaria walk out of my courtroom? Your courtroom. I'll have to have a word with the adjutant. Please don't. But yes, I had my doubts. The OC unit had been getting a number of odd reports in the last 24 hours, truth be told. What do you mean? Bursts of anonymous tips from figures in red being spotted around Creek's place before and after the killings. Figures in red. That's right, the Rust. Ah, right, the Rust. I don't like the timing, but it's not as if OC can ignore the idea altogether. Someone killed those 4, and it wasn't Sosuke or Rogers. If you don't like the Rust for it, where's your head at? Whoever killed Creek's pa did it with such an unhinged brutality, and yet it was executed with precision so cold-blooded that they managed to virtually erase their presence from the scene afterwards. Yeah. Tanks and Creek were both shot from fairly close range and near enough to their solar plexuses, I suppose. Bashing Trey's skull in was an overkill, yes, but it was the safest way to erase anything his mods may have recorded. And even if it was an afterthought, that overcorrection is in line with the perfectionism interrupted by... forget it. I'm seeing things that aren't there. First sign of obsession. Hold up. Sorry, I thought someone knocked on my door. Obsession. I'm jealous. You seem like you never let anything get to you. It's unpleasant, you know, feeling like you're possessed by something or someone. Well, if it's easy to wrest control back, it wouldn't be an obsession. Just puppy love. Oh, that's me. Gotta take that call. See you around, Morgan. Puppy love, you say. Just don't go tell anyone that that was a win, or I'll have you arrested for spreading misinformation. Well, we can't have that. Okay, Morgan, I fulfilled my obligation to Sarah, so now you can buy me a goddamn drink. Pardon? You can start your 108-year sentence tomorrow. Got some paperwork we need to go through before then, and I don't want to do it sober. Oh, you're serious? Of course I am. Everyone knows it's a tradition for a client to buy their lawyer a drink after beating charges like this. And in this city, they take them to this one special bar, Kinski. Yes, dude! We can see my goat one more time! I've never heard of that tradition, or that bar. Yes, well, you've lived here a very sheltered life under the roof of House Ikadia, but I forgive your ignorance. Time for you to put the fat wallet you've been accruing the whole time to good use. I suppose I do owe you a great deal. Very well, but first I must inform Lady Yooree that and the young master. Go right ahead. Be my guest. What was that about, Adonai? Did you want to get a look at Sosuke's tattoo as well? I'll take a rain check. Sosuke seems much more animated this afternoon, don't you think? Did you say something to him? No, I didn't do anything. I see. Perhaps his injuries were just taxing him more than we realized. That must be it. Alrighty. It had been threatening to rain all day. Gray sky spanning a slate blue world. It was cold and all the heaters were humming in the rush to overcorrect for it. At 3 o'clock, raindrops started hitting the windowsills. Not a problem, she had her umbrella. At 3:15, the adults started leaning back in their chairs. Watches and phones were being checked. They were preparing to leave. 3:24, another topic is brought up. The gathering resigns themselves to a continuation. It's 3:45. By the time the girl is able to excuse herself, she has 15 minutes to get back to school. Hardly impossible on foot if she hurried, but she could have asked to be driven there. For some reason, the thought never crossed her mind. She hesitates at the door. She left her umbrella behind, back upstairs. It's not like her to be so absent-minded. The smart thing to do would be to go back up and get it. It is 3:49. 3:51, she is jogging, a non-committal yet still undignified rush. When she sees the time on her phone roll over to 3:52, she starts to run. She hates running. A small part of her considers sending a text. She'd never been the one to text first. Come to think of it, she'd never been the one to text second. She only had one number on her phone's contacts after all. At 3:56, the school gates are in sight. Her eyes had been straining to see them. She wasn't looking down. Her knees stung in a shallow, sharp way. The palms of her hands were embedded with specks of gravel where she caught herself. Rain-diluted blood faintly run down her leg as she dripped water into the mundanely tiled floors of the hallway. 3:59, she paused to at least catch her breath before sliding the door open. If her heart hadn't been beating so loudly in her ears, she would have easily heard the voices behind it. Ha ha ha, where'd you even come up with this stuff? I can't promise it's going to be that exciting every week around here, but... Ev, what are you? I thought you had a family thing. Oh shit, are you okay? What happened? You're soaked in... I thought, who are all... We're the Mystery Club. Name pending, I hope. I was told the name could change. You were right, Ev. I just went around people on campus, tried being friendly, being myself, and people started signing up. But forget that. Your knee. It's fine. You must be freezing. Let me get you your coat. Screw it. I'll just carry you to the nurse myself. Stop. Ma'am, this girl just showed up and she's bleeding. Bleed. Everyone stand back. Where is she? Who? What's her name? I don't know. I don't think I've seen her before. You, girl, come with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary. Ma'am, she's cold. That's very nice of you, but it's not sanitary to share uniforms. Stay here and wait for the floors to be cleaned. Don't worry about it. I can walk on my own. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I never saved. Let's do that. Lamau. And with a little sprinkle of salt along the edge, there you have it. Oh, that looks wonderful. Thank you. Of course. Let me know if you need anything else. I must admit, Morgan, this is quite a fine establishment. It's so exclusive. The whole staff here on hand is ready to attend just the two of us. I can't imagine what the waiting list must be like. Oh, no. Pretty sure that was young Morgan. Oh, I understood that much. I mean, all of those little flashbacks have been Morgan. It's more so what the point of it was. Because there's two things. Because my whole thing was, I thought the red text was Morgan before, and then it was someone talking down to her. But then this time, whoever Morgan was talking to was in red. So I don't know if that was a bait and switch that this whole time Morgan's been the one giving advice. Morgan was always the white text. Okay, that was one of my main questions. Okay. Interesting. So then I'm very curious to see like what that all means for her then. Maybe I'm too stupid. Thought Morgan was the red. See, I thought that until the last scene, and then they made it very clear that Morgan was not red. Because they were calling her Ev for Evangeline. Can't imagine what the... Oh, I already said that. Right, lucky for you, you've got a man working on the inside. I can assure you a table at any time, Sosuke. You or any of your housemates ever need a quiet spot to lay low from judging eyes of high society? Now you know where to send them. I love her so much. Look at her. I might just do that. And these prices, so reasonable. Shit, I know I should have gone with the digital menus. Hey, Sosuke, that name they have for you, the Hound. That a title you were given or just part of the mantle you chose to take up? No, I was called that long before I started delivering messages. Long before I got my tattoo. Truth be told, I'm not sure where it came from or when people started using it. Might have been her way of trying to make a friend, only one phone number in her phone. Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Yeah. I'm also curious about who that was. Who would that, like, if it's someone we know / will meet, or if it's just some, like, faceless person in Morgan's childhood, right? Because obviously, like, my brain wants to go, like, what if that was Emma? But I'm like, I feel like that'd be a little too obvious. Also, that didn't sound like Emma at all. Apparently, she doesn't go to the school. Yeah, nobody knew her, but I don't know. Childhood nickname, I suppose. Earned by following Mirei around like a puppy. I never, who told you Mirei was the hair when we were... It's a miracle you didn't break under torture, you know that? The Hound of Ikaria. So everyone called you a dog when you were a kid? Jokingly. Lovingly. Unfortunately, people be calling me a dog sometimes, and I don't get it, because I'm very much not. The story is her probably first friend thinking she was like her, someone isolated, different from everyone else. The finale showing that there's no one like her. Morgan will forever feel isolated for everyone. That's my take on it, at least. I think that's an interesting take. Yooree, you've barked on stream multiple times. Ironically! Okay, now hold on. I ironically bark, okay? I don't do it as a reaction, minus the one time I did it as a reaction. Mirei's right. I don't know anything about dick. One of the many things I've long since acknowledged I'm missing. But obsession, addiction, those are easy enough to grasp. Damn, we've been going over 4 hours already. Shit. I've rolled the dice plenty of times by now. There are no demons haunting me. No other drivers in the car. Just me sitting in the dark with a dark hole in my chest. When it's hungry, I feed it. But it'll never be full, because the hole was there first. And it built a girl around itself so it'd have a place to hide. How can you tell? That they called you that lovingly. I suppose you never know. You just trust. And if you do trust, then that's your answer. And besides, what's insulting about being compared to a dog? Everyone loves dogs. I love dogs! It's only irony until it becomes genuine. I can't argue with that, but I'll never be a dog, alright? I think, well, let's not talk about this. I'll never be a puppy, okay? Let's leave it at that. Probably even you. For your information, I like dogs just fine, Sosuke. But I can never live as one. Everyone's already collared in this world. Tagged, labeled, classified, put in a box. But even so, I refuse to sit at the end of someone's leash. Better than remain astray. Sorry, I just realized, I looked over because I realized the fish has been there that whole time. Okay, that was it. Am I crazy? I thought I remember seeing like a flashback scene with Reyes. Am I crazy about that? Yeah, we got all these credits. Yeah. Haven't seen anything like that? What the fuck was I seeing way back? Wasn't her being drugged said scene? I swear to God, I remember seeing it like an image of like child Reyes. Was that fan art that just looked really close to like the actual thing? What's with the fish? Because his do fin. This is what fishes have. It was all leading up to this moment. Aww. Oh, damn! Look at his titties, dude. Holy shit. Oh, mamma mia. Do you think the bonus charm is going to be like a shirtless Sosuke? All right. So who the fuck is this? I wasn't looking out for anything in particular. The rest give me and others food and stuff for telling them where the blues go and who they talk to. My shoes have been feeling too small, and the blue guys in that building have been really busy lately. But if I hung around there, I might see something the rest would give me new shoes for. Never saw anything worth anything. So you gave up? No, I got scared. What scared you? You won't believe me. No one believes me. Everyone says I'm a liar. Everyone says I'm a liar too. Are you? I can't remember. You see, somebody took something that belonged to me. Oh, fuck! I don't feel right without it, but I think you could help me find it. What'd you lose? My face. I saw the red hood, except she was a lady, not a girl, and she didn't have her hood up. Didn't get a good look at her face, but she was all red. Red hair? What's this? Gold. Thanks. But are you sure I wasn't any help? You've been a huge help. Now I know to look for red hair. I've tracked more elusive prey with less. Well, then. That's a little scary. Oh, I was hoping to see that. Okay, there we go. 229. All right, very, very nice. Do we have so much store credit? Hold up. How do I go to the store credit? I need to, yeah, there we go. Customize my phone. All right. So where would it be? 80 with handle with care. Is this it? Oh no, wait. She's fucking That's so crazy. Anyway, also, hey man, I guess I should have at least acknowledged this. Angie Reyes. I need this in real life. I desperately need this, like, actually. London. I buy all of these, dude. I got so much credit. Bro, I got credit out my ass, dog. I got a freaking 750 up in this bitch. 80, handle with care. Look at this. Look at this creature. Let's go, Sarah. Emma, deep in thought. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good Emma. Daddy. All right. There we go. Go and save that over that. Bonus scenarios. Let's see. What do we got this time around? Oh, there's multiple pages. Okay. We got 5 of these. Okay. We're gonna watch all of these. All right. Why rubbing alcohol specifically? Nostalgia. Reminds me of days spent bandaging scratched knees and blistered knuckles. You did that for Makoto? No, some other boy who's always overexerting himself. I like the smell of blood for the same reason. Oh, an antiseptic and scalpels. That boy was always so hardy he made for the perfect test subject. Test subject? Still think about finishing my medical degree sometimes, but I feel like my hobby would lose some of its therapeutic value if I did. What hobby is that? Poison making. What's with that reaction? It made it sound very intimidating just now. I was trying to make it sound exciting. If I tell people I'm interested in herbal remedies, they all think I'm a dreadful bore. Or worse, I'm going to try and sell them candles. Huh? Well said, very well said indeed. You have as much finer appreciation for these things than your so-called superior, you know. I make countless immaculately thought-out references to Hegel and Ozymandias. Okay, I was not expecting either of those names. And that red woman stares at me as if I'm quoting comic books at her. Comic books can be good too. Comics are for children. Are you a child? What about graphic novels? Or what about graphic novels? What is a graphic novel? Wampy, for example. Oh, Wampy, who's your favorite? Why list King Arthur alongside those other historical figures? Arthur was based on multiple historical figures, I'll have you know. But even if his exploits are not factual, it still stands that he united a divided people and defended his homeland from barbarism. That's the most Japanese thing you've said all day. He also met fairies and wizards and fought dragons. I know, impressive, wouldn't you say? Very much so. The Once and Future King was one of the first books I read all on my own. That's quite impressive. The vocabulary was, I'll admit, difficult at times. But I was reading a version with handwritten annotation, so I managed just fine. There was writing in the margins like a hand-me-down. Hand-me-downs are for peasants who can't afford anything better. Okay, alright. Was it given to you by an older family member? Yes, but it was not handed down to me, you see. And I went on to annotate it further myself so that I might sometime pass it on to another reader. So tell me, does that sound like a hand-me-down to you? Okay. The fucking cicada sound. I love it. It's the same one and everything, because this is the sound they make. This is the sound the Japanese cicadas make. And it's awesome. It's such a nice sound. I don't get why people hate it. Oh, One P is One Piece. Gotcha. You've got until I finish smoking this, or I get bored. Very well. And I get bored fast. Well, our time is limited. Perhaps we should focus on a topic of singular importance, such as athletics. And just like that, I knew he was gassed. Lowered my frame and flipped him out the ring in one motion. An overwhelming trampling victory. Best kind there is. I can imagine. You done any wrestling, any MMA yourself, little copper? Not physically, no. It's difficult to find partners who are a good match for my build. Sounds like an excuse. You sure you're not just scared? Confrontations can be intimidating, but sports are not arguments. They're a pure expression of noble competitive spirit. Huh? That is to say, I would never back down from a challenge. Well said, I know exactly what you mean. When you lock eyes, there's nothing that needs to be said. I agree. So what will be? Arm wrestling, sumo, chess boxing? Why not all three? Oh, shit. Sir? Can't you see I'm in the middle of something? Oh, what is it? VTOL needs to leave now if we're going to be on time, sir. Here's a quote then for your little survey, Copper. Success can be a prison, but even in a cell, a man who's mastered himself remains a lord. Alright, sure, man. I'm not sure I understand that one. What the hell? Makotan said that made perfect sense. A cicada found its way into my bedroom once. They're loud as hell. I know, they're awesome. Oh, my throat's so dry. I need to stop streaming. And then you engage. I see. So you need me to stand here and film you two because why? Because those guys teach me how to do a 1-inch punch. I need it recorded from a distance in order to practice it later. Why? She asked me very politely, Morgan, what more do you want? She definitely, watched Kill Bill. Why do you need to know this, Sarah? Adonai, surely you can intuit the advantages of a 1-inch punch. Because there's no wind-up, you can execute it without telegraphing your move to your opponent. And delivering maximum force to a critical weak point, even in the tightest of close-quarters combat. Not to mention, if the opponent has triggered any loser flags, your damage will double for each of them. What Sarah means is that an opponent who's overconfident is likely to leave themselves open at a vital moment, Morgan. That's not incorrect. Right. I don't know anything about close quarters combat or loser flags, but I do understand basic physics. Adonai? So I can state this much with complete and utter certainty. Hey, when performed by the same person, hey, all else being equal, stop. A 1-inch punch will never be more effective than just throwing a normal one. What was I to expect there? That can't be true. Why would you? Am I wrong? You'd have to say it like that. There was no need for you to say it like that. How am I the bad guy here? The fact you can even say that is... it's not like any rules about human martial arts apply to androids in the first place, right? That is true. Oh no! What are you doing to her? What the hell? Workplace. Throwing out flowers, it always depresses me. Actually putting them used ones in the bin? Putting them in the bin. So they end up in just withering around in my place. Might have some kind of record for number of flowers killed at this point. Why do you buy so many flowers? I don't buy them, I get sent them. And chocolates and wine and lockets of hair, sometimes all mixed together. How these people even know where to... Mama? What? You give anybody my address? What kind of question is that? I'll get my address then. Maybe if you stop putting your personal contacts on your business cards, you wouldn't be so easy to find. So now if a woman's friendly, she deserves to get stalked. Not very forward of you, Mama. Forward, you think I don't know about forward? You brats don't know shit about political correctness. When I was your age, so true. We used to list pronouns. So this is where you previously worked. Yeah, that's what I was what they would call a #1 gal. That makes sense, actually. That involved people buying you lots of drinks, selling dreams. Sounds like a very nice way to make a living. Nah, it's pretty mean. What are you doing here anyway, gloating? You're not going to come back. Don't lounge around. Your old fans will get the wrong idea. Come on, Mama. I'm just sitting here. And a crowd's already gathering. My bad. Would you ever consider making a return? Nah. I didn't hate it. Don't feel ashamed of it or the people I met doing it. Even if some of them are nagging grumps. Keep it up and I'm handing you a mop. I thought she's about to say I'm gonna hang you a mop. Like she's gonna walk into a room and see a mop like hanging from a rope and be like, no! I want to be moving up, you know, always up. The only places up from here are those cloud palaces where the courtesans lounge on golden couches and get fed grapes or whatever. Big gap from here to up there, and there's no footholds. Whether either you make it all the way or you fall. Need a little more security in my income than that. Less working in security, I get paid to punch the teeth out of handsy assholes. Not even the most powerful courtesans in the city gets to enjoy that feeling. Without getting into more detail than you'd be comfortable with, how high is Mrs. Kim in the organization's leadership? Pretty high. She also works here as a manager. So does she need to? We're not as rich as the Acadia or insane as the Rust. We gotta work if we want to eat, leadership included. I see. Even so, this workplace seems very high energy for someone of her age. I think she's comfortable here. She married into the Blue Bloods, you know. And the pictures of her I've seen, the vibe I get, I think she was kind of a trophy wife. Oh. Her husband's whole family dying, leaving her in charge. She got burned down on that deal. But she handled it, obviously. I can't name any other old guard I could tolerate hosting under. How are you whispering over there? Not whispering anything, Mama! The hearing's just gone to shit. Okay. He's my brother-in-law's illegitimate son. Had his mistress give birth at the manor. Guess he was afraid if he went to the hospital, the paparazzi might notice. Of course, as it turned out, that was the least of our worries that night. Could pass a message to him if you'd like. The hell would I even say? We're already dangling literally all the money we can in front of him. He's not taking the bait. I didn't mean another offer. I thought you might want to pass on a more personal sentiment. Bad chance. We don't share any blood, we've never met, and if the fox asked him to kill me, he wouldn't blink. I think that Sosuke would blink. Give it up. Sosuke and I aren't family, little girl. But if you wanted to be family... forget this shit. I got a job to get back to. I look away for 5 seconds. All the talent around here devolves back into high school drama addicts. She took my locker. He stole my deodorant. No one could deny your work ethic, Mrs. Kim. Thanks. I know. But you still gotta pay for a full hour's worth of that booth. But I'd be upset if I put it under her name. Yeah, but she'll live. She'll survive. Alright, recovered session. What is this? Alright, it's recording. Tanks, do you have to record this? I don't record it. Creek will ask me for notes when he doesn't remember any of it next week. Guilty as charged. Do you have a video record of it? It's fine, Miller. Also, I don't know how to do it, so it's just audio. My voice hurts too much to do any voices right now. I'm sorry. What's up, Trey? Eyes bothering you again? Oh, are they flickering? No, but you're staring a hole in the wall. I was just thinking, like, are we cyberpunk? I think we qualify, yeah. Well, we can get you some felonies if you're feeling... No, I mean, like, culturally. Is this cyberpunk? What do you mean? Just dice and papers. Easy entertainment that can't be bugged or tracked. Perfect way to fight, big brother, don't you think? Yeah, but... we could do cars or something, too. You think playing Go Fish is cyberpunk? Well, no, but, like, a tabletop RPG? That's what you're talking about? I'll be real. You sound dumb as shit right now, man. There's literally nothing more cyberpunk than there's literally nothing more cyberpunk than a tabletop RPG. It's got a point. Learn your lesson, Trey. Now pay attention. As you approach the town walls, swords clanging against the shields ring out. Voices rise and arrows are loosed. You've stumbled upon the closing acts of a fierce battle, and it's clear the players intend to let it play out to its natural conclusion. Up on the parapets, a stern-horned woman, her long, proud hair slicked with the same blood that drips down her brow, spots you. Her eyes go wide. She doesn't seem pleased to see you. She thinks we're like enemy reinforcements. We kind of are. We got a charter from the dukedom to protect its people, and the horn guys are all foreigners. Can we ignore that? If I break an oath, my build is screwed. Oh. I have telekinesis, right? You want to toss her off the wall? No, talk to her. What's the spell? You have a telepathy talent, if that's what you're asking. Right, I use telepathy. Roll the dice. I got a 14. Okay. Skimming the surface of your mind, you see visions of allies cut down and civilians fired upon. Her skull is teeming with rage and despair as this brazen defilement of the rules of war. Oh shit, this is a Hornling village and she's under attack. Tough luck, you got an oath. Yeah, but if I ignore the plight of the innocent, my build is screwed. Paladins have it rough. Well, can we get inside? The woman is injured, but not beaten. Within a few paces of her lies the lever that opens the gate. She eyes you and readjusts her grip on her club. She is seriously considering destroying the device to prevent you from entering. Can she hear me? Yeah. Okay, I use persuasion. We're cool, lady. 19. Every time. How do I even... Taken aback by your earnest appeal, she spots a glimmer of hope in your arrival, and betting on that hope, she throws open the gates for you. Creek, do you have different dice than the rest of us? What did you come here for again? Rumors of a powerful necromantic tome in the area drew you towards the supposed final resting place of Elsbeth, the Never-Dying. Okay, persuasion. I asked the lady where Elsbeth's tomb is. 20. That's not even... Well, she was first taken aback by your abrupt change of topic. Your clever wording subtly hints at the idea of Elsbeth's crypt might have a weapon powerful enough to drive off her village's raiders for good. The elders used to frighten us with tales of Elsbeth's might to get us to behave. I remember my nan would tell us that she'd rise up from under the town church if we didn't do our chores. Okay, so the dungeon's in the church. But of course, the church is locked down and full of women and children, along with the sick and the elderly. We never risk their safety by opening the church doors while this battle yet rages. Yeah, well, I can just pick the lock, right? Come on, you always do this. Do what? You always luck your way out of the battles, and we get beat up for 15 turns. I just come back and revive you, don't I? I don't think you've even lost HP left. I need to drink more water. My throat's so fucking tired. I thought this stream would go maybe to 4 hours, and we're going to get to like the 5-hour mark, man. I'm not that far, but it is like physical pain. It's not just like, oh, my voice is tired. It's like my throat's sore, man. You better rest tomorrow. I'm gonna try. I'm playing smart, avoiding conflict, avoiding all the scenarios I set up too. All right. I'll throw a knife at one of the raiders. 19. Seriously, the knife hits him right in his eye and he dies instantly. Dropping the cake of burned gel, he was rushing toward the nearest fortification. Wait, that's me. That's my guy right near. I dropped a bomb. I have 3 charges of valorous interception. I can shield you. Oh my god, there's more. Okay. Listen, this is cute, but like, fuck me, man. It's so much. So the Hornlings in this village are legal citizens. I thought they were all foreign to this land. The village is lorded over by vampires, though, remember? So you wouldn't want to live here. It's like a shit town or a ghetto for immigrants or whatever. How's that work? Why is the Duke cool with vampires? It's all legal. The Hornlings just pay blood taxes instead of gold for their lord's protection. So I got vampires here, too? Can we go to the castle and kill the vampire lords? And you can do whatever, but the vampire clan is the legal protectorate of the area, so you'd be committing a crime. So you build screwed if you commit a crime, Miller? I think if it's like the right thing to do, it doesn't break any oaths. So is killing the vampire lords the right thing to do? Kinda subjective. I only want to hear from your good guy. Well, I'm not a good guy, I'm only playing as one. So Tanks, if we charge into the castle, it's probably filled with traps and guards and shit, right? I'm not going to tell you. Come on. Look, it's a castle. There'll be defenses and shit, yeah? I'm game. Hornlings seem cool. Let's go kill some landlords. Yes! After that fight we went through, we just rested. Yeah, but you just did like 5 nat 20s in one encounter. I think you might be burning through all your luck. I'm happy to burn through all my luck if it means getting to kill some bloodsuckers with you boys. Damn. But also, you are literally out of change of fortune charges. We just rested. It was a short rest though. Damn. Reality's cruel. That was a cute finale. All right, what are these last two? Deleted call and received call. Police static. Okay. Ugh! Sighting, witness statement, anonymous report, emergency call from a burner. What is all this? Why are all these tips getting reported all of a sudden after the trial's over? It smells, right? What do you mean? All this new info into surrounding Creek's pod, and all of it's pointing towards the rust for some reason. You don't buy it? Of course I don't buy it. So you think the Ikari are trying to point fingers at the rust after Sosuke's been proven innocent? Well, no, it doesn't make much sense, but someone's trying to pull something. The Blue Bloods are the victims, and you eliminate the Ikaria, that just leaves the rust. But why would they want to misdirect attention onto themselves? I don't know, I guess it can't be them doing it. But gang wars have winners and losers, right? Someone stands to benefit from pitting the Reds versus the Blues. True. Finding that someone is a task that even OC would struggle with. We've got our own hands full. With what? Sorting through all the false confessions and love letters addressed to Heartbreak? Prep for the convention. Chief wants everything to shine. Grant and Barrett, any hair out of place in the private sector will... Phone call? Yeah, it's a family thing. Would you excuse me? It's fine. I need some air anyway. Hello? Oh, hey, wasn't sure you'd pick up. Why wouldn't I pick up for my adorable nephew? What is this? Am I on speaker? Gotta stick to code names? I'm just gonna have to delete all this later. Thanks for that. Why would you call me on this line? It's the only number I have. You haven't exactly kept in touch. I don't... Relax, man. It's a joke. Remember those? You used to be good at them. Yeah, I remember. I never took anything seriously. Only way to live. Hope you don't mean that. Do I hear a teaching moment coming on? It's like riding a bike for you. Why call me now? Take a guess. Oh, you can't. You're serious. You're the one trying to take credit for Creek's pod. Waste not, want not. No one else seemed interested in it. Hey, nephew? Yes, sir? What the fuck are you thinking? The Blue Bloods will drown you. You think you have numbers? Well, they have unity. A lot less unity than they did a week ago. Creek was a flickering light bulb of low-quality hope for the young Bloods. I extinguished that, and the old guard haven't even tried to retaliate. If I were a young blood, I'd start feeling pretty damn disposable right about now. You want to start a civil war? That's on your head. But taking credit for kills you didn't earn sounds like a pretty dumb way to spark it. Fake it if you ever want to make it. Don't worry, the young bloods will start seeing some very real casualties soon enough. Don't do this. This is... Do you even have permission from... That's low. You of all people threatening to tell Mom because I'm taking initiative? Because I'm stirring a pot that's stone cold? You want to act your age, urge caution, pray 3 times a day to the status quo? Go right ahead. I'm going to move. I'm sorry, I didn't call to argue. This was a courtesy call. Thought you might appreciate a warning about all the smoke that'll get blown up your ass over the next few weeks. Thanks, but I'm not so old I can't recognize bullshit when I smell it. That's good. Glad to hear you're still sharp. Besides, I'm not an OC anyway. You went back to arson? You're not still in homicide, are you? Thought that was like a sabbatical. No. That sucks, 'cause I met all the guys who are in OC and I don't like any of them. Sounds like they're doing their jobs then. Sure. Hey, listen. I didn't mean to drop contact. Oh, don't worry about it. You picked up when I called. That's all anyone can do, right? Bare minimum. Yeah, well, not like I can invite you over for dinner. Guess not. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. You're full of good advice today. Got the fortune cookies afraid for the job security. I mean it. Don't do anything that'll get you killed. There it is, the double emphasis. What he used to always say, redundancy, right? I remember. Believe it or not, I took every lesson to heart. Very strange. London's gonna die eventually. You know, I'm glad you called. I could use some decompression. I just had a loss, but don't tell anyone I called it that. Thanks. It'd be the death of me if it ever got out. Yeah, no, I read the story. Well, what I could. It's kind of hard to read anything in between the editorializing. Right, if it gets you the resources, who cares? I don't know at this point. It can be conspiratorial for a second. I'm not sure they want Heartbreak caught. That's going a bit far. It's more like so long as Heartbreak's out there, they want to take advantage of the moment. People are scared because of Heartbreak. The state thrives on fear. Some of the radicals are getting bold. The state will relish the chance to draw them out. Maybe after the election. No, that's okay. I thought about it myself. I just don't want to go that path if I don't have to, you know? Still got my pride. Really? Oh, they're taking it pretty seriously then. Flex their priorities, of course. Dad is their lifeblood. I mean, that's great. How long will you be in town? I'm excited to finally meet in person. We should get dinner. Yeah, definitely. Sorry, if you were hoping for that kind of excitement, but no. There's really no jealous ex in the picture for you to worry about. I think you'll be fine. I wonder who the next victim's going to be. Alright, well, let's go and save now that we've done all that. Dog's barking. Good of a time as ever to end. The stream ends here. My throat is so tired, it is so sore, I feel like I'm dying. That said, we're still streaming tomorrow, baby. So tomorrow, get good rest stream, or please. I'm gonna try my best, dude. I'm really gonna try. Hold up, I gotta stretch. Ah! That felt good as shit. Yeah, so... oh, wait, you're right. Hold up, I'm sorry. I forgot. The art. No, we're not done here. We're not done here. Previous page. How do I back out? Oh, fuck. Episodes? Previous menu. Concept gallery. Alright. Reyes. Alright. Sorry, my eyes trailed. Oh, that's Old Creek. Sorry. Where's Sosuke at? Where is he? Is it, or is this him? No, those these people. Oh, that's the other guys. Where's Sosuke at? Am I blind? Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Hold up. Oh, it's this one. It's just very zoomed in. Okay. Yowzas! Mamma mia! Okay, anyway, that's it for stream. We will be live again tomorrow. I'm gonna fucking die. Yeah, we're gonna be finishing Soul Silver tomorrow. It might end up being a shorter stream because we've been kind of like breezing through Kanto, and I'm not gonna do any of the other post-game stuff other than the gym leaders and Red. And I think we've done most of like the busy work. We kind of just like gotta get to the gym fights. But I'm gonna try to probably keep it low-key tomorrow though, just because of my throat and my energy. If you can't hear it, I'm like slumped in my chair right now. But yeah, so we'll do that. And then if I'm like really fucked up, if resting isn't enough, I might have to actually bite the bullet and wait till the following week for Sonic. But as it stands, I'd still like to play that on Monday for an extra stream, but I've been really pushing it. We've had a lot, like basically 2 full weeks of long streams lately. So yeah. But anyway, thanks for hanging out. It's always fun. I'm excited for episode 3 of this to come out. And I may see some of y'all tomorrow for Pokemon. Bye-bye.